Folks, if you can please take your seats, we do need to get started. I will call the meeting to order. Good morning and welcome to the February 26, 2025 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are in the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta, Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed into a speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. The deadline to register as a delegation for reports recommended for consideration by City Council at its meeting scheduled for March 5th is 12 p.m. on Monday, March 3rd. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the registered list of delegations? Mayor Wyszynski, I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Can I have someone move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on February 5th, 2025? Councillor Flores, any errors or omissions? I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We will now consider item EX 25-14, 2025 Q2 through Q4 Council and Committee meeting calendar. Can I have City Clerk Jim Nicol please introduce the report?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, members of committee. I'll just remind you that this report is coming to you after having been tabled in December to determine what you wish to do with the remainder of the calendar year respecting executive committee and council meetings. The original report that you reviewed in December of last year laid out the committee schedule for executive committee and council until the end of the calendar year, and the committee schedule also includes the scheduled meetings for the Regina Planning Commission as well as the Audit and Finance Committee. This report is basically asking for confirmation of the original approved calendar for 2025, which is outlined in Appendix A, which roughly correlates to council and executive committee meeting every 2 weeks on alternate Wednesdays, with the other committees meeting on Tuesdays or Thursdays, and in addition, the Police Commission meets once a month, typically the last week of each month. So with that, unless there's further direction from council to change dates or change meeting frequencies, your approval will set this calendar for the remainder of the year, which will assist both administration and the public, as well as yourselves, in understanding the timing of council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Before I open it up to questions, what I want folks to know is I am interested in tabling this report as we still have the ability to deal with this before the calendar runs out at the end of March, and scheduling a meeting with the clerk to assess options for if we would like to make changes this year to that committee meeting calendar. So that would be potentially adding back some subcommittees of council, and then which would potentially reduce the frequency of executive and certainly hopefully the length. So that is my interest with this report. If folks wish to ask any questions, I guess if I can get the clerk to respond to that the implications of whether we could just push this to an additional meeting, and then we'll see if folks have any questions or if we just wish to move forward with tabling, or that recommend, like me proposing that.
Sure, Deputy Mayor. A motion to table this for future consideration can be done. If there is direction that it's an understanding that there will be a meeting to outline some interest, then when this comes back to the floor of Executive Committee, at that time there would be need to be recommendations made, potentially to add committees, which would then impact both the committee bylaw and the procedure bylaw. But again, the changes in terms of your committee structure and meeting times and meeting dates is completely the prerogative of council.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I do see that Mayor Wyszynski has his light on, so we'll go to him first.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk and Deputy Mayor. So I have a question. If we were to approve, because what I'm hearing is the potential goal of tabling would be to look at opportunities to reduce the executive committee timing in that, to try and streamline things. Just in the interest of blocking calendars and kind of getting a handle on schedules and that, if we were to approve the schedule as presented today, and I guess this might be for the city clerk, would there still be opportunity to discuss, and if we wanted to amend that? Because I feel it would be easier to reduce executive committees that are booked already in the future than to, if we ended up having to keep what we are going to proceed with in the current schedule. So I guess I'm just wondering if there's an option to approve as is, and then if there was amendments later on, then we could discuss the timing and the impact of the public notification.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. Yes, this would put in place the calendar year meetings for executive and council to the end of the year. At any time during the year, based on direction that is ultimately approved by council, dates can change, meeting times can change, etc. So for example, if ultimately council created another committee or two committees that would take away the timing requirements for executive committee meetings, there's really nothing we'd have to do. We could still schedule them for every Wednesday, and if they ended at 10:30, they end at 10:30. They're just a placeholder. The entire notion of placing the full day on your calendars was from previous council decisions that wanted to dedicate a full day to meetings to minimize the disruption for people's individual calendars. By the same token, if it turns out that council created Committee X and Committee X was going to meet, say, Wednesday or Tuesday or whatever you chose, we could also eliminate a council or an executive committee meeting. So changes can be made. It's very fluid on how we can do this.
Sorry, I just have a question based, like a follow-up to that. How does that get to the floor without having this report coming back to one of our meetings? Wouldn't it then take a notice of motion for us to add another committee? So I'm just wondering procedurally how it gets back on the floor if we approve it as is.
What you would need to do today, Deputy Mayor, is you could approve the calendar as is and direct the clerk to come back after discussions with you as members with a recommendation to technically increase the number of committees. Now, I am mandated by the procedure bylaw to come back with an annual report, or a report after an election, to share with you how committees are working. So I don't believe there's any new notice of motion. You could do it today by directing that we consider this, because you do have to come to this body and then to council to create a new committee.
So,
but you don't have to do anything profound in terms of...
So it could be amending it to just say we pass it the way it is, but directing the the clerk to come back to us after with recommendations.
Yes, essentially that, yes.
Okay, sorry, I will pass it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess from that discussion, that would be my preference, if I was to put that forward, is just to say, so we can put it in the calendar. It locks it in, and then if there's an amendment that, if you're working through, some options, then at least we have the calendar set going forward, especially for public notice.
Okay. So what we would need, Mayor, is, because I don't believe we had anybody move the motion, you could move the motion and then add a point to direct the city clerk to consult with members and return with options respecting the creation of new committees. And at that point, we would discuss, what kind of committee. Perhaps it would be more of a community well-being, social, community service side. I mean, I'm not prescribing anything. I'm just saying that would be an option.
Okay, so, and I can do that now?
Yes?
Okay, so yeah, I'd like to move a motion, or to move the report.
With the addition.
With the addition of the clerk's office working with members to look at any other adjustments, committees, et cetera. And wording that I'm sure Amber will help us with.
We were just discussing about a report back date, and so the clerk said perhaps by early Q2 is reasonable? Okay. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Instead of the deputy clerk putting it on, does the deputy clerk need to put that on the screen? Do we all understand the amendment? Okay. Or the amended, it's not an amendment, the amended recommendation, the new recommendation? Okay, so then we will open it up. So that was moved by the mayor. Did you have anything further? Okay. Does anyone wish to discuss? You can indicate so by putting on your light. I guess while I wait, I'll note that since I had stated that I was interested in a meeting, I will reach out to the clerk and include everyone else on council in case anyone wishes to be a part of this meeting to sort of discuss options. Like, we could all do it, or just some of us have this meeting, so I will send out an email and get the ball rolling with that. I don't see anyone else wishing to speak, so I guess we can call the vote. Councillor Mancinelli.
Just having my laptop dissected, so I'll manually vote yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so is everybody else good? Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 11-0, with all members present voting in favor. Just for the record, it's showing Councillor Turnbull is away, but she has indicated electronically that she's having trouble, and her vote has been yes as well.
Okay, we are, excuse me, moving on to the permanent emergency shelter engagement update. We have multiple delegations, and so I will first call upon Delegation Sandra Archibald. I know you wouldn't know what to do, so I'll just go over the spiel that I have to say anyway. So you need to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you, and I'm just about to turn on your mic. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this report. My name is Sandy Archbold, and I'm representing Arch Transco Ltd. Our family operates the discount gas bar across the street from the shelter at 1609 Halifax Street. We're concerned for both our staff and customers' comfort level with the shelter on our doorstep. We're not in favor of this location and believe a more suitable location for a shelter would be in a less urban setting, but here we are. We've participated in the executive and council meetings last September and recently engaged in good faith at the focus group meetings on January 28th. Ironically, while we were at the focus group meeting, resolution number 10 of the original report was being rewritten by administration and reconsidered. We understand the original wording was imprecise, but now that resolution has been gutted and the provision for monetary consideration to the businesses for security enhancements has been erased. Those security enhancements will be necessary due to the city locating the permanent emergency shelter in the neighborhood. Our concern is primarily the hangers-on who prey on the vulnerable people living in the shelter. Those hangers-on know when folks receive financial supports and are nearby to sell drugs to those residents. We've seen that activity in and around the current shelter at the Nest. People are doing drugs on the courthouse step. How is this even possible? During the focus group meetings, the representative from the Regina Treaty Status Indian Services, RITSIS, which will operate the shelter, provided information how security is handled within the shelter, which is RITSIS' responsibility. It was a good discussion and description, but RITSIS is not responsible for security on the surrounding streets and alleyways. And we even understand that when folks go into the shelter, they have to check their drugs and weapons, and they're locked up until they leave. So clearly they have drugs and weapons when they leave the building. The September 18th, 24 report EX 2479 states the operating costs that the city is responsible for to pay utilities, maintenance, security, cleaning, and insurance for the shelter, $30,000 per month or $360,000 per year. The current report states $1 million existing annual city budget for ongoing operational costs, utility, maintenance, security, cleaning, insurance. Same description, but 3 times the cost. As a taxpayer, I'm concerned at this extreme increase, and as a business operator in the area of the shelter, I'm perplexed that with such an increased budget, there is zero provision for the nearby businesses' security expenses, which was promised to us. The report also refers to an additional $1.45 million from federal Unsheltered Homeless and Encampments Initiatives funding for shelter, capital costs, and community safety investments. What are those funds allocated to? Further, the report states that operation services within the shelter are related to RITSIS and funded by the Ministry of Social Services. There's a lot of taxpayers' money in this project. In addition to our municipal taxes, the federal and provincial sources, they all come from you and I, the taxpayers. They should be spent wisely to stretch those funds as far as we can. We're spending millions of taxpayers' dollars to stand still. We're moving 55 people from the Nest and housing 55 people in the new shelter. There's no increased capacity. At the focus group meetings, there was much discussion about a mobile security presence in the area from Broad Street to Winnipeg and Victoria Avenue to South Railway 24/7 on the streets and in the alleyways for a visible presence right from the start. Beginnings are important. This report should be referred back and held in abeyance until the financial considerations and consultation pieces can be discussed further. If the Heritage Community Association is going to be the single point of contact in the area, will it be funded adequately to meet the needs of the residences and businesses? Will the Our Bid Street team be enhanced? Will the business and property owners have a firm commitment from the administration for regular dates and ongoing consultation? And when will a good neighbor plan be formalized? As well, the businesses were promised monetary compensation for security enhancements. This needs to be addressed. The simplest way to accomplish that would be to be a rebate on property taxes each year for the next few years. We have the pieces to put together a better outcome for businesses and residents in and around the area, and we need the administration, and the administration need more time to do so. We respectfully request that this report be held in abeyance until we can formalize the matters that I've discussed herein. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. I will see if folks have questions for you. I do, but we will start with Councillor Sickleys. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, Good morning, Sandy. Thank you for your presentation. I learned something today. Weapons and drugs are checked and then given back to people when they leave?
That's our understanding. These are these folks' possessions, so they're locked up while they're in the shelter, and then they're given back to them.
Can someone confirm that here? Is that true?
You'll have to wait till afterwards when it's time to ask administration questions. It's only for the delegation right now.
Okay.
Just a further comment, I mean, the folks from Ritzis are probably the best suited to answer that because
Gotcha.
they're operating
Yeah.
the shelter.
Okay. So it looks like the wording got a little more vague, and I'm just curious, what do you think a good solution would be for the businesses in the 250-meter area in terms of how we move ahead in the future?
Well, I think we're too early. This report is sort of a beginning of the, starting to encapsulate some of the communication, but I don't think we're there yet to put a pin in it to say this is the end game. We were promised, the businesses were promised, because the shelter's going on your doorstep. The previous council, I understand, it was previous council promised some sort of monetary compensation. We're going to have to do security enhancements. There's, you know, we've got staff, we've got customers, and then there's more people going to be wandering the area, whether they're just panhandling or just going through garbage or whatever. It doesn't create a sense of security. So we're going to have to do some sort of enhancements, whether that's mobile security on site, whether that's more cameras, whatever it is. So we believe this council now is responsible to carry through with the previous commitment for some sort of monetary compensation. The simplest way would be some sort of rebate on property taxes. Therefore, you don't have to say whether this lighting qualifies or that camera qualifies.
Right.
We believe that would be a simple approach, but we still think that there needs to be a little bit more time for you folks maybe to get familiar with it, and for us to work further with administration and the developing this good neighbor plan so that we're all feeling comfortable, the NGOs, the businesses, the residents. There's folks that live there. These are their homes. Then this is going to affect them as well.
Right. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you, Councillor Sickles. Next, I see Councillor Burton. Please go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. If I recall correctly, near Nest, between Smith and Lawrence Street, right on 13th Avenue, there were some transformers there. And a number of people started, I'm going to say, camping out, and a fair amount of garbage, mess, filth, I don't know, whatever word you want to put to it, you know, just strewn around, and I think eventually they had to clean them out. I was just wondering on, you know, you and your customers, are you worried about, you know, an increase in garbage and the appearance of your property and attracting people? I don't know if there'd be needles or things like that, but is that of concern to you with this people moving?
Well, certainly. I mean, it's a concern right now. I mean, you go through locks on your Loris bin just about every week because they're cut and people go through the bin. People go through the garbage bin. That's going on right now, and I expect it would be increased. I mean, that area by the Nest there that was a nightmare. And I mean, we can kind of, when Knox United Church puts up metal gates at the front of the church, we know we've gone, as a society, we've gone too far. So yeah, we have major concerns. We have it's auto-oriented uses. It's a gas bar. We can't really fence it off because people have to drive in and get their fuel. But at night, do we do that? Like the police have a fenced-off area for their parking with roller gates. Maybe we have to, roller doors. Maybe we have to do something like that. I'm hoping it certainly doesn't get to that. There's been good communication with that focus group. Was good. There was a lot of, it was small enough that you could have a good discussion. The lady from Ritzis was quite helpful. Heritage Community Association was quite helpful. And if they're going to be, they may be well be the point person on this, and they're going to need a lot of support too. So it's, the whole neighborhood needs it. And yes, I'm concerned about our staff, and yes, I'm concerned about our customers. We've got hundreds going through there every day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. I do have a few questions myself as well. So you were mentioning that you actively participated in the engagement sessions. The questions that you asked us today, did you have a chance to raise all of those questions at the engagement session?
The majority of them were raised there, yes, and we were promised that, I think that was January 20th or 29th, we were promised that by February 3rd, we'd have a draft of the engagement, just to see if it captured everything. Unfortunately, that draft didn't come through. I made 2 email inquiries, 1 phone inquiry. We still didn't get that draft until here. So,
Okay.
and the folks there, they, you know, they handled the meeting well, but they don't have all the answers either, because they're, it's, I think maybe what we need is, if Heritage Community Association is going to be the point person in the neighborhood, I think we need a point person within the city that can bring, that has the knowledge, that it has the ears of the people in the administration to bring this together so that we get a good result, a better result maybe. I mean, I don't know if it's ever going to be perfect, but a better result.
Thanks, that's helpful. Also, when I look on page 6 of the report, it says, I just want to see if you saw this, administration is actively exploring the following measures. Operational accommodations by neighboring businesses. Excuse me. I know that's sort of vague, but I'm wondering if that might encompass the piece that you're requesting, which is, you know, compensation for security measures needed by neighboring businesses. Do you think that that's, I can ask about that, but do you think that's possible that that category is meant to accomplish that?
Possibly.
Yeah.
I think it's going to, we'd all, I as a business person will feel better if it said monetary compensation to the businesses affected within the 250-meter radius, which was the original intent. I think, I believe it needs to be specified, needs to be clearly specified.
Okay, I will ask about that. And then, in terms of recommendations, I know you were requesting for us to refer this back. When I look at the recommendations, my read is, and I'm going to see if this is also your read, to remove the original motion from the list of outstanding items, but also within the report, I see multiple instances of commitment for a continued engagement. So are you seeing something different, or you just want to make sure that we're getting it right?
Well, it's kind of an agreement to agree. We commit to further engagement, but when is that going to happen? I mean, there needs to be some structure hung around this and maybe some dates set.
Okay.
It's, obviously administration is working on this because they developed this report. So they probably have something in mind, but we, the business people, need to know about it, and we don't want to find out, with due respect, we don't want to find out on a Friday afternoon
Yeah.
that another report's being dropped and we've got to be on our toes on Monday and be here on Wednesday. There
Okay.
needs to be more time.
Okay, thank you. I don't see others indicating they wish to speak, so I'll thank you for addressing us today and
Okay,
invite
thank you very much for
you
your
to
time.
return to the gallery. And hopefully we'll have a chance to get some of your questions addressed when we can speak with administration. Excuse me. I would now like to call upon Bobby Kresner. Please correct my pronunciation because it's probably wrong. You will also have, please introduce yourself, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address us, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. So I've turned your mic on and you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bobby Kersnar. I own the property adjacent to the proposed new shelter, directly next door to it. I live in the city of Regina. I'm here in front of council to point out some things and express my concerns. I'm just going to read this to you. The evidence and the facts that I will present to you today are all in the dates with the past administration and current one that make decisions for this permanent emergency shelter. These two administrations portray a false appearance to the community surrounding this shelter in stating they want to include us and should include us in this decision-making process, and that they want to hear and address our concerns, when in fact, this is false. It's all a lie and a facade to protect an image of well-being to the public. In the past administration, they served a public notice to businesses within 250 meters of the shelter on a Friday afternoon at 4 p.m., notifying them of the intentions to purchase the adjacent property to us for the purpose of relocating the shelter, and that we had until the following Monday at noon to register to speak at council to discuss this process and to give our input on this subject, leaving very little to no time to prepare for such an important project and to be included in this important decision-making process. When in fact, the offer to purchase date and price was already made prior to this notification being sent out to us, excluding us from any decision-making process. An agenda pushed through council without proper consideration of the surrounding businesses and the general public. The past administration did add some of our concerns on September 25th, 2024 Amendment CR 24-105. At this time, the city committed to consulting businesses within a 250-meter distance of the proposed shelter, and that they would develop a compensation program to help with issues that would arise from the new location of the shelter in this area. This was to be finalized before the 2025 and 2026 budget. What occurred with the new administration on January 29, 2025 Amendment CR 25-11, the city amended their commitment without finalizing the compensation plan and including us in this process. Dictatorship, in my opinion, which I'm entitled to. On January 20th, 2025, we received a community notice under the new administration to engage in conversation with us about the proposed shelter. Dates available to attend were as follows: January 27th, 2025, January 28th, 2025, and January 31st, 2025. On January 29th, 2025, Amendment CR 2511 was passed in council. My daughter and I personally attended the community notice meeting on January 28, 2025 in the afternoon session. Notice the dates. Council met and made decisions on January 29, 2025 and passed motions without hearing our information or even having it at that point, as the meetings were still ongoing with us. Therefore, they couldn't possibly have had all the information at that time to make these decisions, as some of our meetings had not even taken place, therefore, once again, excluding us from any of the decision-making process. You say you want to include us, but the facts are there in the dates. You clearly don't care about our businesses or our employees. Decisions made without us is not a democracy, but rather a dictatorship. It's clear that our concerns fall upon deaf ears. We cannot accept this and will not accept this. This we will hold each council member and the mayor personally accountable for their actions or lack thereof in this matter. It is my recommendation that the mayor and this council stall this project until they have addressed all our concerns in proper fashion, ensuring the safety of our businesses and employees and the prosperity, profitability, and longevity of our businesses. May I remind you that we are the people that pay the taxes, that in return pay your wages and provide the funding for such programs and projects. I will also remind you that you are elected into these positions to represent us in what we want and what we desire. You work for us, and we require proper representation in this matter and will accept nothing less than that. It is clear to me that in speaking with all of the adjacent businesses in this area that you have grossly failed to represent us, and there is evidence of this by the dates outlined in this document.
Mr. Kressner, your time is up, so if you can just
I
wrap it
just
up.
have 30 seconds. In conclusion, what I would like to point out to you here in this next statement is the businesses, the communities surrounding this shelter, the business owners, the employees that are employed by this business owners have been there a very long time and are highly successful. businesses are successful, employees are successful, their families are successful. They are employed, they are contributing to the tax base, they are members of society, good members of society. Their families are growing, their children are growing, they're responsible, respectful people in the community. This is the ultimate goal of any community. This is the model that you want. This is what you want the people to become. In your decision-making process of putting the shelter next to us, by not including us and addressing our concerns, making provisions that our concerns are addressed and met.
Okay.
You will also destroy...
No, sorry. No, I'm sorry, sir. I've turned off your microphone because you've gone over your time, but you will have the opportunity to answer questions that members have for you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Kresner? Okay, I have one. So, so in terms of, actually, I'll go to Councillor Sickles first. Go ahead, please.
Thanks. Hi, Bobby. Thanks for presenting this morning. That was strong. Yeah. Yeah. No, I felt that. Do you have a list of concerns that you've presented?
Well,
or do
we've
you have
already
one today?
presented this in all of your meetings prior to this.
Yeah.
You guys have that information. It's probably not given to you, because obviously if you had that, you would know what we want. It's all there in your meetings. You spoke with every one of us at all these meetings on all these dates. You have that information already. If not, your people didn't give it to you. And if they did give it to you, you didn't read it. So for me to repeat that again is a moot point. We went through this process. You have it, or you have it at your disposal. And we can sit here and rehash this 100 days in a row, but you already have it. And so to answer that question, you have the answer.
Right. And so have you accepted that this is going in this location?
I've accepted it, but
Okay.
I'm willing to work, I want to work with the people
Yeah.
that are planning this and doing it, and so does our entire community. When you involve the community and these businesses, and don't destroy, you can't destroy what you're trying to achieve. By putting this there, you're trying to get those people integrated back into society. That's the ultimate goal. We are that end result. By putting them there and not working with us, you destroy that. You destroy our businesses, those people, that livelihood there. We want to have the opportunity to work with you, and will work with you. When you bring communities together, they do astounding things. They raise phenomenal monies that the taxpayers don't even have to pay for. They offer their free time, their volunteer times and everything to work with what's going on in their communities. And by forcing this through and this type of agendas and the timelines that you do, nobody will work with you. They don't like it. The community doesn't want you coming in their area and dictating and telling them what to do. They've been there a long time. They know what to do. They know how to do it. You should listen to them and include them in that process, and they will help, and they will welcome it with open arms. That's how you want your neighbors to be. That's how you want to work with them. When that process doesn't happen, it's a total dictatorship.
Well said. So the timing is an issue, the way we...
Timing is an
Yeah,
issue, you
yeah,
bet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead with your project, but make sure that the surrounding community, the businesses, every one of them are well looked after and taken into consideration, and that you hear their voices and provide for the things that may happen to them and their businesses in the future. And like Sandy said, if you can't compensate us financially, eliminating our property taxes so that we can take that money, and if we need an extra security camera or an alarm system or whatever, we can apply it to that to create an extra sense of security for our people. My business is core certified. I guarantee, I signed the Mission Zero Charter, that not only in my business will no one get hurt, no one in my community will get hurt. I will stand by that 100%. Without this property security, without these measures in place, I cannot no longer guarantee that. And I have to take action to make sure, before things happen, to prevent that from happening.
Yeah.
Councillor Sickles, do you have further questions? You
right
actually
now.
have multiple now. No, did you say?
Nope, not right
Okay.
now, no.
Okay.
Thanks.
Next. Oh, no, sorry, there are multiple other folks with questions for you. Yeah. So next I see Councillor Radens. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Bobby. Thanks for being here and presenting.
Hello.
So you indicated that you attended, there were apparently 5 sessions, and you attended the one on the 28th, correct?
Yes,
And did you
in the
have-
afternoon,
Yeah, and you had the opportunity at that time to relay all of your concerns?
yes.
Okay. And so, did you feel satisfied with how that process went?
We actually, my daughter and I left very happy from that session and believed that our concerns were heard. And we also felt that they would be addressed in a proper fashion. And we felt really good up to it until we found out that they have taken this, passed an amendment with the new council and totally eliminated everything, that they said. And on those dates, when the new council took this stuff out of there or forgot to put it in or whatever their excuse is, totally eliminated us from that. Our heart sunk right into our feet. Because it's not what they exposed there. It's totally different. It's the opposite. It's like we spoke and no one heard and no one cares. Why is that?
Anyways, so I'm just, okay. So if council was to approve your request to stall the project, would you change your mind? I mean, I guess what we're wanting to know is, what are you looking for? I mean, obviously, there's a list here on page 6 that says what came out of the consultation and what was to be addressed. And is there something on here that you see as missing?
Well, when they passed the new amendment with the new council, they forgot to include us in that again. It's not in there. It's not mentioned. It's like we've been eliminated from this equation.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Roddens. Next, I see Councillor Burton. Please go ahead.
Thank you for your submission. One of the needs I see identified here is the community policing. And, I've heard some pretty good things about that they, there's just needs for certain people, whether near the library, certain areas downtown, certain areas in the core, and they stick to those and they get to know some of the people that have some of the issues and stuff like that. That was put as number 4, but is that a key for you because you mentioned about the properties, the security guards just can only deal with on the property. As soon as it's on the sidewalk, it's beyond their control. How important is that community policing aspect? Because I'm hearing a lot of good things here, but I need to know your view and what you would feel that would bring.
I didn't hear all of your question. If you could turn up your mic a little bit more, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So there is a community policing initiative. It's officers that are specialized to deal with some of the people with certain issues around the city. And it's identified as number 4. And I was wondering yourself, how would that rate for you to see increased surveillance by these officers that specialize in people with needs that would be in that area? And would that be a really important aspect to you, that they are there and then providing eyes and ears and somebody to actually do something at all hours of the day and night, that opportunity would be there? Is that,
yes, of course, absolutely.
And is that a higher need than some of the other things that they have with fencing?
They're all equal. They're all equal. They're all necessary. And anytime you have a gap in a plan, that's where your failure will happen. You build the helicopter and you miss one little tiny nut. Igor Sikorsky figured that out, that all of his crashes and all his failures were because of one tiny little nut that somebody forgot to put on one part in the whole helicopter, caused it to crash and kill people.
So
every one of these issues
higher.
that these people are presenting here are important, 100%. Each one of their needs need to be met, and they're as important as that part on that helicopter, because when you fail, that one little bolt can cause that business to fail, can cause employees to quit when they feel threatened, and they're hard to come by, trained people in all these businesses. And when they leave because they don't like the situation or they feel threatened or they're scared, every one of these points need to be met. We cannot miss one single part on this plan to do that. It is all equally important. One doesn't take precedent over the other. They must collectively be implemented followed through and updated, and in the future, there needs to be an open dialogue consistently, so that with the community, surrounding community, we can sit down without coming into this place here and point out what happened and say, we need to come up with a plan, and the community will come up with a plan of how we think we can solve it, and probably at a greater discount than this council ever could.
Okay, thank you. Now you answered the question.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Next is Councillor Bezo. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, Bobby, very good presentation. A lot of questions are being asked and a lot of questions are being answered. The question that I have particularly is around the duty to consult. Can you walk me through how the city came to you and said, we're buying this property and we're putting this here and here we are today? Like, what did that whole time frame look like, and what happened in that time frame?
Well, the time frame that I'm concerned about was how they notified us on a Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock to come and present at this council, right? And then also the deadline in which we had to prepare for this, a Friday afternoon, nobody's working. Well, not in our world, we're not. Take the weekend off and try and relax, and then to be able to be prepared by Monday morning at noon and submit what we're going to say and do in front of this council is uncomprehendable. You know, to get that business community together, to sit down, have any kind of discussions on should we okay this, should we not okay it, what should we say, what should we do? There's not enough time to analyze that and calm down in a fashion that will, you know, allow this to move forward. I don't think the people here are opposed to this shelter. They want to ensure that when you put it there, it's run like the facility next door, the Oscana Center. I pointed this out at the meetings before. That's a high security place where when they're released from prison, murderers, rapists, whatever, the baddest of the bad go right next door to our shop. They've been there for 20 years. No issues with any of the inmates there. They're let out daily on an hour at first a day under supervision, then 2 hours, and then, you know, continuously more and more out the other side. You can walk down that block in front of that building. You won't know what it is. You'll never see anyone that will threaten you or come and sit on your doorstep, smoke a cigarette, or do anything. In fact, you can walk in front of their property in this gutter. I've said this before. Try and look for a cigarette butt. You won't even find one. That's how clean they keep it. That's how well run it is. Putting this shelter next door to us, if you follow that pattern, they have all the answers. Put it there, apply those things. People don't know it's there. I don't know that's there. There are no issues then. There's no feeling of being threatened. I've had many receptionists in my front office not even know that facility was there. And in the end, when they found out, they were so surprised. I did have to take action. They wanted me to put a button in right by their calendar that when they push it, there's no call. Goes directly to the police station, and it's a 911 call. They installed it. The police know it's there. Otherwise, that person would have quit. Even though that facility is run like that, that person was already there for years. Because they knew it at that point, they were going to quit if I didn't take action. I took that action. I put that button in. They stayed, thankfully.
Okay.
Right?
So overall, it's fair to say that 3 days notice really was not enough time. 2 days notice.
No. And in the future, if you, in all your things, this is why I think things are trying to get pushed through council. They drop it off on a Friday, nobody's going to see, it'll just get approved in the way you go and do it. But that's not how you work with society. People are waking up now. They're not going to take this stuff anymore. Include them in your decision-making process thoroughly. When you're going to put them into an area, involve them in that process. You're going to get a lot of answers, a lot of things solved at a lot of greater discount than you would if you just tried to do it on your own or tender things out. Gather all that information thoroughly. Make the people feel comfortable in that community, involve them in it, and you'll see you won't have to hide these things and push them through on an agenda to get them approved. They will welcome them. They'll want them in their area. Why? Because I've never had 24-hour security before. And sure, there are hazards out there, but if that's there, then that shouldn't be an issue, right? Mm-hmm. And if all these things are in place to protect and provide these provisions of what the people need in the area, they're the ones that have to live there. This is why you're here, to do that, to make their lives better, their kids safer, their families, their jobs, their employment. Don't go and destroy a business to help 50 people. crush all the businesses in this area, all the employees, all their children. They have no jobs in hard economic times. It's wrong. It's totally wrong.
What would you say would be a appropriate timeline? Let's say the shelter is going here. You already said that the shelter would be fine. There's one in your neighborhood. What would be an appropriate timeline that would be acceptable to the business community for a proper consultation process?
I would say 30 days notice when they're going to do something. And then that way, when they're proposing something, that doesn't mean they already bought the building. You're proposing this idea, what do you think? We want your input. Here's what we have so far. Come to the meetings and ensure that they come to the meetings. Make sure that it's not junk mail. People need to know that you are going to do this and that you're going to come. Make them sign for it. Make it that important. Here, registered mail, this is what's going to happen in your area. And then also that they acknowledge back that they've received this. If they don't show up at the meeting, you're okay, because they don't care. But at least this way, you know that they know that this is happening, and the ones that are concerned about will become involved in it. And I personally volunteered to rebuild a park that was condemned, a regional park outside the city of Regina. It was totally in debt, totally polluted. The garbage was higher than any of the trailers. The water was polluted because they dumped sewer inside of it. I gathered up the volunteers at no fee to come and rebuild this park. I successfully rebuilt it. I cleaned up the water. I put aeration into the thing through the fisheries department and the wildlife federation. The fisheries restocked the lake. It is clean now at this point in time. The campground got populated with 77 campsites, full-time camping. There was a waiting list and people fighting to get into the park. We put in an 18-hole miniature golf course. We put in volleyball courts, horseshoe pits, and a real nice beach. And all on volunteers. And the people that came out here, as the volunteers came, more and more and more came, to the point where all the people in that whole community worked together so hard for free. They came to me and they said, Bobby, you know, we come out here and we work harder than we do for our jobs that we get paid at. But you know what? We love it. We hate our jobs. We come out here and work for you for nothing because we like what's happening here. That's what you want when you put something in the community. When you have that backing you get those kind of results. You have no stress, no worries. The taxpayers don't have added bills onto their things because you have done your job responsibly. The positions that you're put in to do, you must do them, and you must do them in that fashion. Because if you're not, you should step down from your position. If that's not your point of view, any one of you.
Councillor Bizo, I see at least two other councillors, three, with questions. Did you have further questions?
I'm going to say for today, Bobby, well, what is your ask of council for today then?
What is my what, sorry?
What is your ask of council for today?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
What would your ask be for today for council?
What my ask be for today?
Yeah.
Review what all these people have asked for and make sure it's taken care of. It's pretty simple. You have the information. If you don't, any one of them in a phone call, we'll be more than happy to tell you what they want and what they need. In a phone call. You don't even need a whole committee. They'll give it to you. They already know it. All of them. We all know it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bizo. Next, I see Councillor Rasevich. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, hey Bobby. So,
Hi.
like, we got 15 points here of things that were to make things better, I guess, security-wise and in the
Right.
area. Like, were you involved, or was the community involved for those 15 points that are in our notes?
Well, I don't know what you have in your notes, but
Exactly,
I do know that the
So-
community has been giving their opinion constantly at all these meetings, every one of them, at the council meetings here, at City Hall, the ones that were set outside of that.
Okay.
And I don't know how many points they come up with there.
Yeah.
I was never given that list, and maybe you should give it to us.
Okay. No, I'm just wondering, because I'm looking at these 15 points, and I'm
You know,
wondering,
because what you're seeing there and what we want, we don't know what you're seeing. How do we know that?
I think he's referring to the published report, so they're like, which is public, so the 15 points on page 6.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess, you know, that's what I mean, like, I feel,
I think, Councillor
there was some
Rasevich,
disconnect
you
anyways.
can ask that question to administration
Okay.
about where those,
I kind of got some questions answered anyways by
Okay,
asking that question.
okay, yeah. All right.
Okay. Anyways, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rastovich. Sorry, we just had the clerk get scared.
It's all right.
And it was enjoyable for all of us. So, Councillor Flores, you're next. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Hi, Bobby.
Hi.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today.
You're welcome.
I see your passion, and I see where you're coming from. I think a lot of the community neighbors and folks and business owners have done really great work to stay involved and keep these conversations going, because clearly all of you really care about the neighborhood and your businesses and all of that. And in my involvement with the neighborhood, I often chatted with folks about, what does a good neighbor agreement look like? What does a good neighbor plan look like? And it always involves all the stakeholders. So in your view, for this to be something that is sustainable, that works well for everybody, what do you see your role and business owners like you as part of the Good Neighbor Agreement plan?
How do I see my role in that
Yes,
process?
yeah.
I would like to be involved in it, well, along with the rest of the people. I'm sure I can speak for them on that part. And the planning of everything and even the design of the building, like there's a basketball court drawn on the thing. I don't know too many homeless people that play basketball. This is maybe more in a community where there are children. This is a business area all the way around. And I've been there a lot of years, and the only children I see are at the school across the street, and they're in the fence compound, not allowed to leave. So I don't know who the basketball court is for. Also on the property, I don't see any tables, chairs, benches for any of the people at the shelter to sit on. You walk outside the building and nothing. Where would you even sit down? As a person, if I went and visited it, there's not even a chair for me to sit outside, and if somebody's out there to bring them a sandwich or something to eat, there's no table to do that. There's no table, no chance to sit there and speak with them as part of the community. That should be there. That needs to be there, because we have input, we have information that can steer them in the right direction to get them to move forward. And just by simply making friends with them, that will give them hope to get themselves back into society. Where are the tables and chairs? I don't see any on the plan. What are the plans for that? Making them feel comfortable at home. Where the grass areas that they can sit on? Maybe eat their sandwich on those areas there. It's not a concrete seat.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't see others with questions. I do have a couple for you. I understand the frustration with the change from the one amendment, very specific, to a more generalized amendment. I understand and appreciate that concern. When I read the amendment, though, I feel that it can, although it's not as specific, can potentially still encapsulate the things that you're requesting. Are you familiar with what the new amendment says?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think, although less clear, it is still possible that your concerns can be addressed with the new, less prescriptive amendment?
Well, at this point, I don't think it's possible, because all the indications are going the other way. It's almost like they're trying to erase everything that happened there. How could you overlook something so important as to including the community? None of that should have moved forward without that being clearly addressed, because we're the biggest, most important part of that whole project. To be successful, we must be included, we must be a part of it, we must welcome it into our neighborhood, and we must work with it. If that is not clear and defined and in writing and guaranteed in writing, not just in your amendment, personal guarantees, write them up, send them to us all, that the next meeting you won't just kibosh it and throw it out the door. I do not feel secure in the way that is written, not even for 1 second.
Okay. So I also wanted to clarify the process for folks. So this committee today, although it has all of council here, is executive committee. Were you aware that executive committee, that's today what we're doing, makes recommendations to council, which will be next week. None of this is finalized until next week, where you also have an opportunity to present with additional concerns after you hear from administration and hear the discussion. So were you aware that it's not finalized today and that you have another opportunity to present with additional concerns next Wednesday, should you have some?
I was not aware of that, but I don't know what else I would say more than what I've said today. If you convey my message clearly to the people, that I have nothing else to say.
Right.
You know, you take action upon that, convey it to them properly, don't miss a word, don't miss that little nut and there, or the helicopter will crash. Convey it to them properly. And what issue? My time is valuable, right? And I like being a part of this, but I have things that I need to do as well. And to stress out myself and all my staff coming here and saying the same thing again and again and again seems like a complete waste of my time. You know, if you can't comprehend it, record it, write it out, read it to them again, take whatever process you need to absorb it and make it happen. It's simple.
Right. Okay, and so, but if your concerns remain unaddressed, or some of them do, so you,
Well, how would I know if that they've
Well,
remained unaddressed? How do I know that?
so if you can stick around, you know, and listen to the conversation that's occurring.
I'll be here.
And then were you aware that if you still have concerns, then that you also have the opportunity to register to come back to speak to us next week? I know you don't want to, but that's possible.
Yeah.
And the deadline for that is Monday at noon. So next Monday at noon.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all that I see for you. So if you can, thank you for your time. Clearly, it raised a lot of discussion and questions. If you can return to the gallery, we will proceed with the next delegation.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Can I give you my email after?
Okay. So next up, I will call Steve Klippenstein. And Steve, if you can make your way to the front, you can sit at whichever chair you'd like, and I'll turn your mic on shortly. You'll introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of the City Council, and administrators. My name is Steve Klippenstein, and I'm representing SJB Holdings, specifically the newly renovated Fell & Fetch building. I'm also a co-owner of Fell & Fetch. I'm here to address the recent change to Resolution Number 10 of CR 24-105 relating to the permanent emergency shelter that was approved by previous City Council. Resolution Number 10 was the City's commitment to business owners that there will be compensation mechanism for expenses incurred because of operating within proximity to the shelter. The compensation mechanism would allow for businesses to be compensated for additional lighting, graffiti removal, private security cameras, insurance cost, property damage, decline in property values, and loss of business revenue. On January 29th, with the business community members of the Heritage and Downtown District were participating in good faith in the public meetings relating to the shelter at Osler, Council presented a motion to change Resolution Number 10. This change was much more than a procedural change. It was specifically created to offset the cost for businesses within the 250 radius of the shelter. Resolution Number 10 was a safety net for all the businesses who could not possibly fund all the potential costs relating to the issues relating to the shelter being placed in our area. Resolution Number 10 would specifically help Fell & Fetch by ensuring safety measures are in place for our 500 daily customers and our 50-plus young staff members that work at our 24-hour facility. Resolution Number 10 provided a safety net for a business community that invests with great risks by providing potential cost recovery for loss of investments. On January 29th, by removing the Resolution Number 10, the city removed all of its responsibility to the businesses and put all of the costs back onto the business without any consultation from those that are affected. The inclusion of Resolution Number 10 provided each previous council member with the confidence that these measures were in place both for the shelter and for the surrounding businesses so that we may succeed. Business owners took great personal risks and built solid businesses during the most challenging of years. Collectively, we bring thousands of customers daily to the area. And for our businesses to succeed, the shelter must be safe, the area must be safe, clean, and absent of drug use. Business operators cannot bear the increased costs to assume all the risks. Lastly, businesses in that area have been promised updates and dialogue to date, and the city has not met its commitments thus far. Fell & Fetch is 50 feet away from the shelter. and we received no notice of any change for number 10, for resolution number 10. We are told that we received recommendations from the community engagement sessions, and we were not sent anything. We were told the city would begin working with business owners in January, addressing our individual business needs so they can be presented at the budget meeting. We have not even had a phone call. I'm asking City Council to reinstate CR 24-105, resolution number 10, and to further provide a budgeted line item that helps businesses address adequate safety measures and security measures, protect mortgage holders from devastating property devaluations, and protect businesses from loss of revenue. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking with us. I will see if there are questions. There are. Please go ahead, Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, in the original resolution for 10, I was one of the advocates. In listening to the debate that's happened since that point, there's been some different mechanisms in that resolution that are hard to define, such as property values or loss of business. But there's others that are easy and tangible, such as security enhancements, which are physical investments or costs that can be defined in a bill submitted. When we turn to administration, I'll be looking for clarity to see if their updated amendment encapsulates resolution number 10. If it doesn't, I'll be looking to put it back on the floor. But my question to you is, I don't think I can provide any kind of definition with that resolution for property values or loss of income. In trying to promote it again, will you have satisfaction if the fixed costs described, such as graffiti removal, extra security, lighting enhancements, fencing, if those are encapsulated in resolution 10, would that bring satisfaction to your point?
Well, I think, through the chair, I think there's a lot of unknowns at this point with what current cost to be preventative versus ongoing costs versus aftermath costs. So number 10, although vague, it encapsulates all the issues that may come to fruition at some point. And I think for us, as Bobby said, like, we are prepared to be involved in this from A to Z. So the initial costs that we're going to have to bear, we have to do some security updates. You've been to our facility before. We need increased fencing. We need additional security. We need the community plans, the good neighborhood plan, all these things in place. So the way that number 10 was written, it actually has all those items in there. Taking anything out, I think, is just throwing it back onto the business owners to figure it out. I don't believe that we should be saying we want a tax abatement to compensate us for loss in revenues when we may have no loss in revenues. So we're just saying for a doomsday scenario in the event of, we all own businesses, we all have mortgages on the property, we've all taken out personal guarantees on these properties. If those businesses decline in revenue for something that we have nothing to do with, the city needs to be responsible for this. So I think the big takeaway that I'd like to leave is that we want to keep all those items in there that were in number 10, and then to your point, I think on relating to the budget, yeah, we can put budget line items in for lighting, for security, for graffiti removal, and through our committees. So if we're working with the Heritage Committee, we can report damage, we can immediately get resolved. We don't have to come back to the city and try and get, hand in receipts for dollar. It's all done through a mechanism that's created.
So if I'm understanding your answer correctly, on the right track with the fixed cost described, you replace the brick, you got the cost of the brick, you submit your bill for the brick, you can prove that that's totally necessary. Where I was going is there's some intentional things like perceived loss of property value. The previous delegation made a really good analogy with the missing nut. The original resolution had a little bit too much vagueness to it. Administration is trying to do what's been asked to tighten down and actually have no loose missing nuts. The perceived property loss value might be that missing nut. When we're tightening up this resolution, if necessary, are you going to be satisfied if that gets cast to the wayside for more dedicated accuracy in the wording for the things we describe for fixed costs.
To answer that question, yes.
Okay.
But I also think that the other component is the fixed costs are not clearly stated in the new resolution. And so that needs to be updated as well.
And I'm kind of misusing that term just for getting a point across, but I think we're understanding each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Fro, you are next. Please go ahead. Councillor Fro. Oh,
Yeah,
yep, go ahead.
thank you, and through the chair, Steve, thanks for coming again today. I found you and Miranda to be articulate and to be not only strong community members in the business community, but to be sort of looking at how best to make this work. Councillor Mancinelli asked a couple of my questions, so I'm going to pivot just slightly. I've heard others, and I believe you as well, talk about AccessNow as being a good example of how an organization that deals with a certain segment of society can coexist. And I think all of us, as we go into this new venture together, want to have a good neighbor policy. In this particular case, that supports the vulnerable because they're our community members too, but that also supports you as neighbors. So as it relates to the AccessNow Center, because in this particular sort of line of conversation, we're talking about financial compensation. Has it been your experience in the past that AccessNow Center has provided any compensation or through them the federal government, or has it been more that AccessNow Center has been a good neighbor by their policies, how they work with their clientele and how they sort of keep the surrounding area in such a way that's deemed accessible to you? So I guess, Councillor Mancinelli asked some of my questions. So in this particular case, hearing that AccessNow has worked so well, I'm wondering, is it just their policies or is there compensation associated with what they do?
It is directly related to their policies. Any mechanism that's that would affect the community, or any events, anything that the clientele of the AccessNow Center participate in the community are monitored, they're regulated. We did a tour with the city, and we walked behind AccessNow Center, and we stopped by the garbage bin, and within 30 seconds, a gentleman from AccessNow Center came out and asked what we were doing on the property. Like, there is great monitoring that happens within that facility. So not only do they monitor their own clientele, they monitor the outside public on who's around their facility. And right now, our understanding with Riches is they are taking great responsibility inside, but outside there is no responsibility and no accountability. So that's where we're concerned, is that, well, that means all the responsibility falls on the surrounding business members. And it's going to be, it's an unknown cost, it's unknown scenarios, situations that may or may not happen. But we need those provisions for financial compensation to be able to address those, because we simply cannot possibly afford to build what's needed to ensure the safety for our customers and our staff.
Thanks, Steve. Your illustration of what's worked with AccessNow gives me hope that if done correctly, that we may need less financial compensation if we as the city and civil society partner in such a way that sort of precludes some of the concerns maybe that have been raised. My understanding was
Councillor
that...
Fro, is there a question?
There is indeed.
Okay, thank you.
My understanding was that some of the amendment to the wording, Steve, was intended to allow for further consultation and a further engagement with you and others to determine the specifics of it. If that is the case, would that ease your concerns somewhat, or are you looking for more prescriptive language at this juncture, which is a long way of asking, would you be more comfortable if there was a commitment that that the city was going to continue to work with you on the specifics of the good neighbor policy, given that we're at an early juncture?
No. Would not feel comfortable at all with that. The comfort level is definitely in the wording of the city. As a result of the operation of the shelter, items to be considered for eligibility within the program: additional lighting, cleaning graffiti, private security cameras, increased insurance premiums due to claims for damages, decline in property value, decline in revenue to the president of the shelter. Like those, that's the bite that we need.
Okay.
And it's premature to take it out. There might be a time,
Thanks, Steve.
to your point though, there might be a time when, you're right, we may have no loss in revenues and it's functioning at Wascana Center, and it's not needed. But right now, it's definitely needed.
Okay, thanks. No further questions. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. I don't see anyone with further questions, so I'll ask you to return to the gallery, and thank you for coming to speak with us today.
Thank you.
I will next call Miranda Mitchell. And I'll have you come sit wherever you'd like in those 3 seats, and have you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You will also have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have from you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor, members of Council. I'm here today as a local business owner, Miranda Michael with Fella and Fetch, who's obviously directly been impacted by the shelter. I've spoken before Council twice on this matter, and while I appreciate the efforts being made to address the homelessness in our city, I'm here today because there are critical gaps in the planning and financial transparency that need to be addressed before the shelter opens. I want to be clear, I support the need for the permanent shelter and the wraparound services for those that are in need. The businesses in the area are not here to oppose this initiative at all. We want to work with the city to ensure its implementation is thoughtful, it's proactive, and it considers a long-term impact on the surrounding community. This project has been pushed from one council to the next, and while I recognize that many of you are newly elected, businesses like mine have been involved from the beginning, participating in engagement sessions, providing feedback, and attempting to collaborate. We do want this to succeed, but to do so, we need to ensure that proper supports and expectations are in place before the shelter opens and not after these challenges arise. On September 25th of 2024, the previous council passed CR 24-105, which specifically directed administration to consult with businesses within 250 meters of the shelter and develop a compensation program for increased security costs, premiums, declining property values, potential revenue losses directly linked to the shelter's presence. At that time, I felt this was a proactive and balanced approach, recognizing that while the shelter is necessary, it should not create financial hardship for the surrounding businesses. However, while we were engaging in good faith, the city amended this commitment on January 29th, 2025, while engagement meetings were still in place and ongoing, removing that financial compensation and replacing it with ongoing dialogue, which is valuable without doubt, but dialogue alone does not resolve financial impacts. Investments in infrastructure and safety with no clear plan for implementation, and a good neighbor plan, which lacks enforceability and dedicated funding. We were initially assured that financial considerations were a part of the plan, yet those assurances have now disappeared without explanation. We are being told that $1 million from the existing annual city budget will be used for ongoing operational costs, but that raises key questions. How is this existing $1 million budget being allocated? What was the existing budget used for prior to the shelter? And if there's no additional funds for business support, how does the city plan to prevent surrounding businesses from absorbing these costs? If we are expected to trust that this funding is adequate, then there should be some transparency around where that money is going. The success of the shelter depends not just on operation, but how well it integrates into the surrounding community. A good neighbor plan, fully agreed, is a step forward in the right direction, but for it to be effective, want to stress that it has to be clear, enforceable by some sort of binding agreement that makes it long-term. As this project transitions to RITSIS, which is our understanding, businesses and community members need confidence that communication, accountability, and shared responsibility will continue. We want to build a strong, positive relationship with RITSIS, as they are our new neighbors, and ensuring that we can work effectively if concerns arise. To support this, I encourage City Council to formalize a good neighbor plan that is binding, that remains in place after this transition takes place. Clearly defines the roles and responsibility for safety, cleanliness, and ongoing communication that I want to stress goes beyond the shelter walls. And designate a direct liaison between businesses, the shelter, and the city to maintain transparency and some sort of collaboration. A well-structured plan benefits everyone, businesses, the shelter, and the city as a whole, ensuring the long-term success for both the shelter and the downtown community. Since the original financial compensation program was removed, businesses need some sort of fair, predictable alternative that does not rely on discretionary approvals. I have a few to propose. One would be a property tax exemption for the affected businesses to offset any unexpected operational costs. Implement a business impact grant fund to ensure businesses are not forced to absorb the financial burden, safeguarding the stability and long-term success. And establishing a dedicated city liaison and business advisory committee as part of the
Excuse
proposed.
me, sorry, your time is up, so if you can wrap up in like 30 seconds, that would be
For
great.
sure.
Thank you.
I think this committee would be really important just to ensure the long-term success and communication and make sure that that continues. Thank you.
Thank you for presenting to us today. I am looking to see if there's questions. Oh, I do see one. Councillor Flores, please go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello? Okay. Thank you for all of that. I want to ask the same question I asked to Bobby in terms of how do you see your role in a functioning, sustainable, long-term good neighbor agreement that would actually allow us to see this project be successful, not only for our unhoused folk who are going to benefit from this, but also for the community in the area and the businesses in the area?
I just don't want to see all of it fall on us as a business. I think if we created a committee, like I've suggested, that includes business personnel, the city, the Heritage Association, we seem to work great with them. Wendy's been amazing. She's answered all of our questions. There needs to be some sort of point of contact where this communication continues and that we're all working together. I don't know what it entails yet. My concern is that I feel like RITSIS has a good handle on what's happening in the facility. In terms of outside, we don't know what to expect, but they have no control over what's happening once those guys leave the facility.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I do have one question for you, and then I see another. The timer interrupted the recommendations that you were, I think you had two. If you can repeat those, because I think I certainly didn't hear them clearly.
Yeah, so I think if number 10 has been taken off the board completely, which is our hope that that's amended, at the very least, a tax exemption for the businesses, a business grant fund, something tangible. You can see our expenses, you can see our losses. It's something that we would submit to you. And a dedicated city liaison. So a person that, we've got people within the business community, the shelter itself, the Heritage Association that meets quarterly to discuss what's happening around the shelter.
Thank you. I do see another question from Councillor Rasovich. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, is there a liaison with Ascana in your community? I'm just kind of curious.
There's not, no.
There's no liaison? Okay.
No.
I guess, in your opinion, what would the difference be, I guess? I'm just asking. I think I can answer it myself. I'm just curious what your thoughts are. The difference between an Oscana and the Eagle Club shelter.
I think, Ritzis has made it quite clear to us that they are not responsible for anything outside of their center. Oscana, Steve made a really good point. We were walking around our area with, I believe his name was Eric from the city. Within 30 seconds of being outside of their property, their security guards were out asking us questions and following up with what was happening around the perimeter. I don't feel like that is happening right now with Ritzis. I mean, you can see it clearly at the nest. They're wandering all over the area. And they're monitored. So their people are monitored at the Oscana. They know exactly where they're going. They're timed when they're out. That's not happening with Ritzis. These guys, and again, this was confirmed with me by the facility itself, they come in, drugs, weapons, they're put in a locker. When they go to leave, those drugs and weapons are given back to them to go back out into the community. They're not tracked, they're not monitored, they can come back at their leisure.
Yeah. My wife used to work at Oscana, so
They run a really tight ship.
it's a tight ship.
A very tight
for sure,
ship.
and there's consequences.
Yeah, exactly.
No, 100%. So I get it. Yeah. So well, hey, thanks. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rasovich. I don't see further questions, so I'll ask you to please return to the gallery, and thank you for coming to speak to us today. The next, we're going to be withdrawing the next delegation as they are unable to attend, so that was Parveen Singh. The next delegation, final delegation we have on this item is Wendy Miller of the Heritage Community Association. Wendy, I will ask you to please come up, introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You will have 5 minutes to address us, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Wendy Miller, and I'm the Executive Director of the Heritage Community Association. So obviously this morning we have some delegates from our business community here in regards to the upcoming move into the community with the new shelter. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Community Safety Wellbeing team for their efforts with the engagement sessions. By far, this has been the most active engagement that we have seen in our community in a long time. I do want to acknowledge, though, the importance of the communication and the relationship building within this community. There is extreme mistrust within systems, whether it's city, whether it's RPS. And what we noticed is that during the consulting process, the consulting is only as good as when we receive the reports. And so by those reports not going out as anticipated, that did create a ripple effect as we're seeing here today. So sometimes we just need to make sure that the checks are all being done. We realize that this is uncharted territory for a lot of us with the shelter moving in, and we acknowledge the vulnerable folk, but as HCA, we also need to acknowledge our residents and the businesses who play a big part in that community. So while we were in consultations, point 10 was changed by you, the council. And again, I think that might just be a miscommunication. Perhaps if you had known we were doing engagements and sessions, maybe point 10 wouldn't have been changed at that awkward moment that it had been. We can't go back and change that, but we can have conversation today on how to move forward from that. So for HCA, the biggest part is this Good Neighbor Plan. And from the start, we've recommended it. We know that activating the heritage neighborhood, this journey continues to give us opportunity to reimagine and share these spaces, connections, and movement of well-being in that community. That community that has been lost and forgotten for so long, that we see the mistrust that comes not only from our businesses, but our residents and our most vulnerables, to speak the least. This collaborative process of creating spaces that foster community well-being and connection, transforming everyday places like our alleys and sidewalks, or non-sidewalks that we currently have, into vibrant, safe spaces that will unite our community and meet the needs of the community. HCA was extremely humbled to hear the community's voices and feel privileged with the respect and trust we receive from them. HCA does not tell the community what it needs. The community tells us what they need as we work for them. And that is why I'm here today. Throughout this process, HCA sees the time commitment and the potential of what that will look like in the bigger picture with a lot of variables. We realize the trust that we are so lucky to have with our community, but we also know that our capacity is extremely small and realize that there will be funds needed for us to continue the support. We look at the Good Neighbor plan that, yes, we too agree. It needs to be stabilized with multi-year funding. It needs to be secured. The assurances that this plan will not at some point be dissolved unless we all agree it needs to go. We look to pilot this project. We look to adapt it to the needs and the issues within this community. We do believe that together we can build a stronger, healthier, more resilient neighborhood. But every step, and as tiny as they may seem on most days, they bring us together to be a community. The concern with the budget, we would love to see a breakdown of the budget because we too were confused by the existing $1 million versus the $30,000 that we thought it took to run the current shelter. We too are concerned because we know on a daily basis in that community what it takes to make wheels move. We've heard a lot about the alternative response officers and the policing in the community. And we can say that we definitely need to work on that. HCA is yet to even meet an alternative response officer. To me, that's a concern. We understand we are next to downtown, but we are not necessarily a part of downtown.
Ms. Miller, if you have 30 seconds more, please go ahead, but I'll ask you to wrap up in about 30 seconds.
Sure. I think the biggest concern is groupthink and safe inside, but not safe outside. So yes, we do realize individuals will be checking their possessions, and some of those might not be legal possessions. Heritage would love to see a heritage clean team or else a heritage street team designated to our community. We know the need is great. We know there's not enough resources to fix downtown alone, bring those resources into heritage. And so we're looking for a commitment on your behalf.
Thank you. I will see if there's any questions for you. And while I wait to see that, Council, our Executive Committee, the reason we are going till 10:45 is because we didn't start on time. So we will take a break after we're done with this delegation, depending on how long questions go. I don't see any for you. I do have one myself. In the report, it's noted that there was interest in Heritage Community Association acting as a single point person of contact for the community. It also noted that the Community Association may need some additional funding for that to occur. Are you supportive of that recommendation, and is it contingent on additional funding?
We're definitely supportive of that point. We know that we have good relationships with businesses, with residents, with the CBOs in the community, with the vulnerable folk. We are kind of a neutral point. To be honest, we already take a lot of conversations within the community or from people outside of the community that don't quite understand our community, and it is time consuming. Currently, HCA receives Phase 1 funding from the city, which is $66,000 a year. And then we have our office space. We all know what we can do with $66,000 a year, and that's not a whole lot. So we are grant dependent. This would be a full-time position for one staff to take this on. We also are aware that if this were to happen, we know for a fact that we're not going to just get phone calls from specifics in regards to the shelter. That community is in crisis, and this is an opportunity for people to definitely reach out with the concerns of the community. So definitely funds, no funds, there would be no service of that nature. We did sit in all the consultations, whether it was CBOs, the vulnerable folk, residents, and then all the businesses. And at each session I sat in, I was very humbled to see that that was the voice that we heard, that they trusted us with that task.
Okay, thank you. I do see a question from Councillor Flores. Please go ahead.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Victoria.
Thank you for that. I've personally seen the incredible work that you guys do along with all the community groups in the area. And to what you just spoke to, and kind of in addition to what Councillor Zakitniak was talking about, should there be the possibility to support HCA to be that point of contact, to liaise between city and businesses and all these community groups? Could you give us an overview of understanding the limitations of, like, there's more information to be gathered for that, but an overview of what that would look like and what kind of resources would you need, and what that would allow you to do, not only for the vulnerable folks in our community, but for the businesses and other community members. And potentially, if you can speak to it, how would this be an investment in the community that would actually save us in other ways?
I think at the start, it's going to be chaos, to be honest. Just because right now, for instance, we have the snow that is now melting. So there is mounds and pounds of garbage, human feces, and needles that are currently going to be surfacing. So I think really council needs to decipher, are we designated to just strictly things that go with the Good Neighbor plan, or are we going to be a hotline for the whole community to send their gripes to? I feel like we do sit in a lot of meetings, and that is one of our strong points, that communication point. However, it's whether we have potentially, just as we have, like, say, our food security task force, do we create different mini committees within what we're doing and actually have the peoples more involved with us, just kind of like then redirecting. I think this isn't an easy task. It's kind of like a survival guide, but not for the whole city. We would be specifically for heritage. And I think our first step is acknowledging all and taking ownership of all the problems within that community and how they've kind of pummeled. It's really hard to look at what it will design. I just had meetings yesterday with city in regards to even just summer programming, and we have a model of you adapt to the needs of that day, and we just continue to do that. And so some days are really great and some days are really not so great. I just think it's more of it's like a telephone line, but what we're seeing is people don't want to be shuffled around. They want to get an answer, like, who do we call, or is it a matter of us calling? To be honest, sometimes we do get a quicker response, but it's because we have personal cell numbers. It's not because we're going through the normal realms of an individual in the community. I truly believe that in that community, you will get more results, though, with community members. AROs, I've not yet to meet them. Street team, we need to be honest with the capacity that they currently are facing. And what does that mean? The downtown clean team currently is afraid to come and clean in front of Fire Hall, and they need to be escorted. So I think we need to be real with our asks, and I think this is really the part of building this plan, specifically currently for the shelter, but in general, it's the whole community. We've left it go so long that this is not an overnight fix. And I think we need to be real of our expectations that this is definitely a pilot of potentially more than 1 year to get the actual results that we want.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. I don't see further questions for you, Ms. Miller, so you can please return to, oh, okay. My apologies, you do have another question from Councillor Rasovich.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Real quick question through the chair. I just wonder, like, as you're saying, like, more funding and, like, sometimes I'm just wondering, like, streamlining, you know? Like, how many groups are in, potentially in Heritage, and how many money going to different places? And I guess my thinking is maybe working with a community association like yours, kind of streamlining and getting things kind of organized. I mean, would you envision something like that? I mean, what are your thoughts? Like, are things being kind of dispersed in different areas, kind of scattered, or not organized? I'm kind of curious what you think, like.
I do believe that many places and spaces still work in silos, and that there's extreme disconnect within one another. You know, I can list off the top of my head, like the CBOs that Heritage works with greatly, but we're also in a different realm as a community association. We're not a normal community association. We do plan judo, we do yoga, but then we do, like, you know, 1,000 pounds of food rescue a week, and then we're in different consultations for different things. Then we're picking up needles, and we're, you know, yesterday, for example, I go to move my car so I won't get a parking ticket, but then I find a person that's potentially sleeping in a puddle. Are they sleeping? Are they overdosed? So then that takes that time out of the day. So, you know, there's definitely opportunity to streamline. Will it happen overnight? Yeah. Absolutely not, because what we've created with this crisis is, and not necessarily HCA, but, you know, whether it's Carmichael or Friendship or whoever, a lot of people are fighting for the same funds because we have not worked together so well in the past. You know, things like harm reduction, you know, that should have been stuff that an inner city community already had funds for and aren't just picking up on their lunch break, needles. You know, education is a key part of the shelter moving in, so that we're getting rid of stigmas, we're reducing barriers, we're being very effective with the tax dollars and accountable and transparent with them. Is there opportunity? Definitely. Yeah. Will it happen overnight? Absolutely not. And are we thankful to be a part of the open dialogue? For sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's it, Councillor Rasovich? Yes? Okay, thank you.
I'm good.
Okay, I don't see further questions, so thank you for presenting to us today. Council, or I should say Executive Committee, to maintain that clarity, we are now on a 15-minute break, keeping in mind that we're not starting till 10:55. But what I want to encourage folks to do, if anybody is, I've heard some conversations that suggest that some folks might be considering an amendment. If that is the case, I would like to encourage you to discuss with administration during the break, so we are not crafting amendments on the floor of Executive Committee. So please use this opportunity to discuss further with administration. And we'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. I will call the meeting back to order. Well, maybe I will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I will. And ask folks to find their seats.
No, it's all good.
We will now consider item EX 25-15, Permanent Emergency Shelter Engagement and Budget Update. Can I have City Manager Nikki Anderson please introduce the report?
Thank you, through the chair. On September 25th, 2024, City Council approved the purchase of 1600 Halifax Street for a permanent emergency shelter. Administration was directed to continue to host engagement sessions with property owners and residents within a 250-meter radius of the site, and to report back with an update on how the community's concerns will be addressed through building design, safety protocols, and other initiatives, including the development of a good neighbor plan. The report provided by administration was an update on the progress of the engagement sessions and outlines how the community's concerns will be addressed, although we realize that there's still a lot of work ahead of us on that. And lastly, I would say the only way to alleviate the delegates' concerns is to continue engaging, to continue dialogue with them, to listen and to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Burton is ready, and I will pass it to you for your questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. There are a lot of concerns being expressed from the community here, and I did want to indicate that I would be looking to table this motion here. But at this point, I would like to cede the floor to give some of the councillors the chance to ask a few questions here before I proceed with my motion to table.
Thank you. So for the sake of clarity, once Councillor Burton puts his tabling motion on the floor, there will be no further questions. So now is your opportunity to raise concerns that you've heard or you have that you would like considered by administration, or any questions you have for them. And then once we go back to Councillor Burton, we will see the outcome of the tabling motion. So there are multiple folks wishing to speak. Councillor Crowe, you are first. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I think it's an important conversation we're having today. When we last discussed this in January to the city manager, it was my understanding that some of the adjustments of the wording was to allow us to work on the specifics of what compensation looks like, so as to not place undue risk to city and taxpayer finances, but also to maintain the spirit of the original commitment that we made to the community, which was that we all have a vested interest in making sure this works, and that there's likely to be support required for community members. Am I correct that, maybe you can speak to that, Nikki, am I correct that what we are in fact attempting to do, and perhaps we need to do better with communication and the language, but are we seeking to work on the specificity of what types of compensation will provide, and to what amount? Is that your understanding, or have I misread that?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, in the conversations that we had, we wanted to make sure that we had the ability to put forward recommendations on all of the concerns brought forward by stakeholder engagement, as well as the findings that we had for jurisdictional scans. So basically having it in a way that left it more open for us to come back with those findings, we thought would actually be a better option. And I think the thing I appreciate about Councillor Burton potentially asking this report to be tabled is it gives us the ability to come back in public in front of council and in front of the delegates to talk about the work that we continue to do. For example, I believe that the next design renderings are available in the next couple weeks, and those will be shared out with stakeholders. And so I think that it's a tough situation because in many ways, the only way to alleviate concerns is to demonstrate we're addressing them, and a lot of that happens both during the process and after the shelter is there. I think coming back in public and giving the delegation another opportunity to talk about how things are going before and you know, a couple months before the shelter opens would be beneficial for everyone.
I think the last thing I'll say then is, you know, it's clear to me that nearly everybody is entering this conversation is in good faith. We all have a vested interest in making sure that this shelter supports the vulnerable in our community. They are our neighbors after all, but in turn supports the immediate neighbors of the former Eagles Club, and certainly I'll support tabling it if it provides some additional ability for us to work with the community, because in the end, I suspect, unfortunately, if we do this correctly, you know, it will be a roadmap for how we do it again. There's no evidence to suggest that this challenge is going away anytime soon. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Next, I see Councillor Flores. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, we've heard from a few of the delegates today that there was a question of this budget, this $1 million budget. Where does it go to? Would it be fair to say that part of, from my understanding, from the information I have, is part of the budget supports initiatives from the amendment that many of the delegates are concerned about? Could you elaborate a little bit more on how that would support those?
Yep. Is that for you? Mr. Slater, please go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the question. So I'll back up and give a bit of history on the $1 million as well, so there's a fulsome understanding. So the $1 million exists as existing annual budget secured during the 2024 budget deliberations to directly support the capital operations of the New Beginnings Emergency Shelter as part of our partnership with the provincial government and RITSIS to run this space. At this time, yearly costs associated with operations at the nest, including utilities, maintenance, rent, security, cleaning, insurance, and capital upgrades and incidentals, were just under $1 million. Current costs at the nest are at approximately $50,000 per month. When we shift from the nest to the new location in this summer, there will be funding there that will need to make that change happen, and my colleague can speak to that if there's follow-ups there. With the shift to the new location, the estimated future costs are the $30,000 a month. That are estimated. You know, to have a true reading of those costs, we obviously need to have some time under us within that space. To your question then, you know, with those costs being substantially less, we foresee there to be remaining budget to be utilized to support implementation within the Good Neighbor Plan. So this and related approaches to address concerns that we've heard through the consultation process. So these funded items could include initiatives related to community cleaning, security if needed, lighting, street outreach patrol, sightline surveillance. Those are all items that have come up during our conversations with business and with service providers. And certainly those are things that will be ironed out when we develop, like when we put the pen to paper on the Good Neighbor Plan and present it back to community.
All right, and are there any programs in any other jurisdictions that have a compensation type style for businesses, that, like any models that we would be following or that show some precedence?
So I'll start. administration did look to other cities for examples of a compensation program and ultimately would not have recommended that particular route. You know, based on findings that we saw, compensation plans for damages to properties have not been implemented in other cities. This is primarily due to the complexity and difficulty in determining direct correlation between a shelter's presence and property damage. I'll see if legal wants to chime in as well, but.
Ms. Williams, please go ahead.
Yes, I mean, through the chair, just to follow what Mr. Slater has indicated, the jurisdictional scan that he has discussed, and I think the reason why those types of programs haven't been potentially put in place in some of the other jurisdictions is simply that the liability issue. There isn't liability on, there isn't a finding of liability, a legal liability on a city for actions of individuals outside of a city facility. It would be very difficult, if not impossible, to establish a liability. So whether or not a city chooses to engage in some sort of a plan would be at the discretion of the city, but it's not because of a legal liability that would be in place.
Mm-hmm. So then, given that there aren't kind of proof of concept in other spaces, but that we've heard concerns from community, whatever the method that we end up going with, it is still keeping in mind the needs of the community, both the vulnerable folks that would be using the shelter, but also the businesses and community members around. So that is still kind of like top priority, top of mind to make sure that happens one way or another.
Sorry, were you looking for?
Yeah, is that? But that's my question. Like that, we're still having that as the priority in terms of how we continue on this process.
Who would like that, Mr. Slater? Go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the question. That's correct. You know, we see our next steps. As outlined in the report is the creation of this advisory committee that will provide advice and directions on next steps with the Good Neighbor Plan. We see people around that table to be the city, Regina Police Service, Street Team, Ritzis, the Business Improvement District. And we see that as a first place to take a draft of a Good Neighbor Plan. And following that, we've committed to going back to business, which we've discussed in our consultations, and we're absolutely committed to going back with that first draft as well to hear feedback.
All right. And then just my final question to what you just mentioned. Could you elaborate on those further plans for like the continued engagement, specifically with the community? Because we know you mentioned the police and fire and all of that, but in terms of engaging with the community to make sure that they feel involved in the process at each step, how are we going to make sure that takes place?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. We see the folks at that advisory committee as just being touch points at that level of discussion. We heard loud and clear today that business liked the smaller sessions where we could have sort of open communication, hear concerns, note those concerns, and bring them back to council. So I would say those discussions would happen as soon as possible again. And we'll stay with the same format. So, perhaps meeting at Municipal Justice Building in smaller sessions with the businesses again. We had sessions specific to service providers as well, so nonprofits who support community. We'll look to have follow-up discussions with them as well.
Okay. That's all I have. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Next, I see Councillor Mancinelli. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. My concern has to do with the potential tabling of this report. Being aware of the timeline of the current facility being closed, as well as the extensive renovation that has to happen in the time frame coming through. Also reading through the report that this report will have some type of effect on building design and safety protocols. How far can we table this till we start to affect our timelines of being able to open on time and offer that amenity and not crash our downtown? Through the chair.
Who would like to answer that? Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I can start, and then if anyone from administration would like to jump in. I wouldn't expect that tabling the report would delay what we're working. It would, in what we're working on, it would enhance, I would just say, the accountability and making sure that the work that we are already intending to do comes back to council well in advance of the opening and allows the delegates another opportunity to say out loud in a public forum how things are going.
Okay. So no effective date?
And sorry, we have,
Okay, one sec. Please go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. In terms of the project itself, the contract has been let, and they will be starting construction mobilization on site possibly today or tomorrow. That being said, we are still very much in the process of refining the site design and development. And so we anticipate probably in a couple of weeks that we'll have another design that we could send back to community that shows and reflects some of their concerns. And so that won't stop us from continuing to develop that site plan and respond to community needs. So even though we are undertaking the work in order to meet the timeline, there are still opportunities to make modifications and adjustments as required and take in the feedback from the community.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. Councillor Mancinelli, do you have anything further?
Just a comment, happy to support the tabling to bring the community further in the fold. We have to make this successful, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bizo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, Mr. Slater, I understand what you said about the increased budget by about $1 million. My concern in this whole process now at this point, not too long ago we were told it was $7.35 million. Now we're at $8.45 million. We haven't defined the scope of this whole aspect. We just heard from a design change perspective. When are we actually going to know the numbers of this project?
Looking for, Mr. Nair. Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. We know very specifically, we have gone through the bid process, we know exactly the value of the building itself. The site is a little bit of a different process, but we have allowed enough funds and will stay within that budget return with regards to actually accomplishing the work on site. So we're adequately covered. We don't anticipate there being any increase to the budget with regards to that. We've also, within the encampment funds that we're receiving in this 25-year, that will cover off some of the other additional items that we'll be looking at in the community in terms of lighting and that. So they've all been accounted for. There is no reason to see any increases. The design has been set in place in terms of the existing building on the interior, and for the additions, we don't anticipate any changes happening. And it has been bid, and we don't anticipate there being any overruns.
So are we at the $7.35 million, and that $1 million is an operational aspect, or what are we at the number right now?
So we've got the initial purchase of the building, and then we have the $3 million which will go into the renovations. This year, the encampment funds will be in the neighborhood of $800,000 in that neighborhood. And those funds are what's being utilized for the site and some of the fixtures and finishing on the interior. So that is basically what we've identified for the building. There's a small amount in the encampment funds for 26, but that goes to maybe address some potential deficiencies in HVAC, but it'll be in reserve. But beyond that, there are no, that's all that's included into that. There is, I will make one quick comment with regards to the $1 million this year that goes related to the Nest and to their operating costs. We have an agreement with the Nest owners that when we leave the Nest, we are to return it to its existing state. So any of the additional funds that we would save from the reduced operating costs for the new shelter will be utilized to go and meet our obligation with returning that site back to its original state.
Did you have anything further, Councillor?
Is that number included in the new number?
Yes, that, through the chair, yes, that's included in the $1 million. That's for this year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo. Councillor Sickley, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me know if this is getting too granular. What is the square footage of the entire structure once it's done?
Is that Mr. Nair or someone?
Yes, through the chair, I will confess, I don't have that directly in front of me, but it's probably in the neighborhood of about 7,000 square feet with the addition, but I can get you the actual number to you.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured that because the new addition is showing on this graphic of 2,000, so yeah, that makes sense. If it is 7,000 square feet, a $3 million reno is $428 a square foot for a largely open interior. How do we justify spending $3 million?
Yes, through the chair. There are a couple of things that go into consideration with the building. Number one, there are parts of the building that were deteriorated over time. The Eagles Club was unable to do constant maintenance, so that was a bit of an issue. But also, when you start looking at a facility like this, you have to look at the wear and tear. So things like, say, door hardware, they have to be upgraded. When we look at the generally the space and the construction of the space, it has to be up to the wear and tear that goes along with it. So there will be certainly some additional costs or higher costs that you may see in it. But in general, in terms of the project, it seems to be it's a good balance between being cost effective, but also making sure that we provide a building that has long-term viability and is not a detriment to the operations going forward for Ritz's.
This is a renovation with the exception of the 2,000 square foot addition, is that correct?
Yeah, yes, through the chair, that's correct.
So current building prices, what would it cost to build a new building per square foot?
Yes, through the chair. It depends, and the nature of construction is such that depending on the types of materials, commercial versus residential, the marketplace is showing anywhere from $300 to $400 a square foot for commercial. And again, when we look at the special purpose of this building, there are aspects for sure that fit into that. The other aspect that goes into the costs is that because we're inheriting an existing building, there are modifications that we have to make sure that we meet the code requirements. So we are going to see some upgrading to meet the current codes going forward and the nature of the use.
Okay. One last question. We were chatting during the break about, Bobby was talking about having an open space with a bench, and we were talking about how the organization likes to keep it closed. Is there something you can add to that might clarify why it should remain a closed facility and not have open space for the residents?
Yes, through the chair. There's sort of a variance of opinions in terms of our stakeholder engagement. That comment is actually new for us. Most of the stakeholders that we've talked to would prefer not to see anyone on site. And generally that's also a preference of Ritz's and also follows with the principles of SEPTED. The idea of making sure that there isn't an opportunity for people to linger on site. It also, one of the facility features of this new structure that Ritz's hasn't had before is that they have a space inside the building that will allow for programming and recreation and that sort of thing. And this will allow the people who are at the shelter to have space that they didn't have in terms of being able to get around and get outside of the general sleeping area and that. But at the end of the day, it boils down to good SEPTED principles. That being said, there has been some discussion on what potentially there may be the interaction with the community, temporary space through programming. I think that goes to an ongoing discussion, both with RITSIS and the community, to see if there's any appetite for it, and in fact, if it follows good safety principles.
Thank you, and sorry, that wasn't my final question, and I apologize. You can call me Shannon, I guess. This is the first time we're doing a permanent shelter in Regina, is that correct?
I guess through the chair, yes, that's correct.
So what we've been hearing today with some of the strong, concerns is probably because we're going through a bit of growing pains here.
Yes, through the chair. Most definitely, this is a very much a new procedure for administration and a new process. We're trying to learn from other jurisdictions in terms of best practices, and as we go forward, I'm sure we'll probably have a few stumbles, but the intent is to be diligent and to do our best and to make this as much of a success as possible.
So it sounds like tabling is a good idea, don't you think, for a little bit?
Yes, through the chair. On that, I can't speak directly.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Siklis. I see a question from Councillor Rastovich. Please go ahead.
Sure. Through the chair, like some of the current concerns I heard from the community is, fencing, lighting, security. Just wondering if it sounds like those things are going to be put upon the businesses from the way I'm hearing it, or is there funds in that $1 million to, in certain spots when we're communicating with these businesses to help them, maybe we put up some more lighting, maybe we put up the fencing or helping with security?
Yes, through the chair. We were very fortunate to get some wonderful feedback from our engagement from the community, and a lot of it we have definitely taken down or are exploring. When we talk about the public realm, the streets, the sidewalks, those sorts of things, even including back alleys, we can get involved, and they are part of the budget going forward to say additional lighting, look at lighting in back alleys, doing things with sidewalks, making sure that the community is safe. But we are dealing specifically, as administration, we can deal specifically with what's in the public realm. When it comes to private property, that's a whole nother discussion. But our funds, we have allocated funds both within our construction budget, which comes out of that first year of the encampment funds, but also going forward, that additional funding beyond the costs and the op costs of running it would go into making those sorts of improvements, to making sure that we're doing everything we can within the public realm to make things better and safer.
So is the answer we have some funds set aside?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And if there's extra things, that's where I think I heard about compensation, maybe, I know business brought up the fact that, I guess other communities use tax breaks so that, because if there's extra costs to them, these property tax breaks potentially that would help cover some of those expenses for them. I don't know if somebody can answer that.
I can't speak directly to that. Maybe Mr. Slater can.
Is that something we're looking at as administration? Any property tax breaks?
Mr. Slater, please go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I would say where our focus is right now is the development of the Good Neighbor Plan, which is put in place to mitigate risks moving forward. So whether it's security, cleanliness, capital investments, those are all things that will be considered through that process.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rastovich. Councillor Radens, please go ahead.
Hey, just to confirm, I think it was said, would tabling this delay the opening of the project? I think that was, I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Okay, well, maybe for the record, I saw you shaking your head no, but if you could maybe just state that for the record.
Through the
Mr.
chair,
Slater.
no, it won't delay it. The reality is the report.
Sorry, I turned your mic off accidentally. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, the reality is the report in front of you is receive and file, and the work continues, and we're committed to continuing the capital work as Mr. Nair spoke to, and the community consultation as well. So short answer, no, it doesn't delay.
Okay,
great.
sorry, just a point of clarification. The deputy clerk has noted that it's not actually receive and file. It's to remove the original motion from the outstanding list. And so, but I think what Mr. Slater was indicating is this is work they were already planning to do. So the tabling just allows it to come back in a public meeting for a conversation amongst council and gives delegations the opportunity to come speak to us about the results of further engagement. Sorry, was there anything
Through
further?
the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Councillor Radins, did you have anything further? No? Okay, so I do have a couple of things myself. Clerk, please start my timer. So we heard from some of the delegations that they would like a point person within the city that they could connect with. Is that something that is currently planned or can be considered as this, if this tabling motion goes ahead, or either way? Who would like to answer? Mr. Slater?
Through the chair, absolutely. We heard that loud and clear at the consultations that business especially wants a point of contact. You know, I would say that would be our role in our branch. You know, we certainly need Heritage Community Association to continue being a strong partner alongside us, but we think that responsibility of being a first point is a role for administration, and then we can convene partners moving forward.
And then also the question of, you know, the community had identified Heritage Community Association as an appropriate community contact as well. And so as part of the additional work, is the administration planning to consider whether additional funding may be appropriate to support that role in the community for Heritage Community Association?
Through the chair, I don't think we've considered additional funding for further roles within the community association. Having said that, we're in process of developing the plan right now, so things can change, and I think those are discussions that we continue to have alongside community.
Okay, and also we also heard a request for additional information about like a breakdown of the budget, dates set in relation to when I saw the potential for quarterly meetings, but I guess just when you would report back to us if this tabling passes, if you would be able to offer up even more detailed information with some, like the dates, the budget, and that sort of thing.
Through the chair, absolutely. You know, work is underway right now, and those decisions are being made right now actively. So absolutely, we could bring forward new information to you.
Okay. I guess, and including feedback on whether, you know, we mentioned the dates, but is it quarterly meetings? Is that sufficient for community? And so that can all be wrapped up into the further engagement.
Through the chair, yes, we can confirm that.
Okay. Now, another question that I personally had is that I saw that it's projected to be I think 55-bed open dormitory. And what I wonder about that is, did administration consider whether an open dormitory is the best format as opposed to having folks, instead of in a large dormitory format, smaller rooms for folks to stay in? Was that considered?
Through the chair, I'll start, and then I might pass over to Mr. Nair. I can say the current structure would be in line with the definition that has been agreed upon with the provincial government and RITS it would be in line with the structure at the Nest and sort of that open dormitory where support staff can actively be engaging with folks who are staying within that space. But if Mr. Nair has anything to add, he can jump in.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. We spend a lot of time with Ritzis in terms of developing the design, and there are a lot of reasons to go to the dormitory type of configuration. Number one, it goes to being able to monitor and see what's going on, but also to be able to respond if there's any type of crisis. It just allows for the staff to have more of a direct eyes approach on the people who are there. And they've found that that's sort of best practice and the best way to lay out that kind of facility.
Thank you. Also, within the report, in the environmental impacts section, it mentions that renovations, doing the renovations creates an opportunity to incorporate energy efficiency retrofits, which could reduce energy consumption. Is that being contemplated? And if not, why not? And who would like that? Mr. Nair. Please go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. It's definitely something that's part of the consideration. Just our need to bring the building up to code and use means we are looking at a lot of equipment that we are replacing that replaces old and out of use and inefficient equipment. But actually going forward, there has been some discussion about it, so the opportunities to potentially look at it going forward is definitely there, and we wouldn't be closing the door to it. But we are also very mindful that we are in a very strict budget, and so our main concern at this point in time is to bring the building up to standards and complete the scope of work that lays before us. But again, that being said, the intent is to not close the door for any opportunities that might see the installation of equipment that will help to maybe look at a better energy efficiency going forward.
Right. Okay, understood. Just and noting that these energy efficiency retrofits will reduce, as I'm sure you're aware, operating costs in the long term. Yeah.
Yes, through the chair, absolutely. Those are front and foremost, so not only are you reducing operating costs, but you're also doing things that are good in terms of best practices. Everything from the increased insulation to upgrading the HVAC systems, they all go a long way to not only helping them with their operating, but also addressing any environmental concerns as well.
Thank you. And then the report talks about the planning for the usage of food-producing plantings. So I was looking for some additional information about that, the plans and how that'll be utilized potentially within the facility, and also whether community gardens have been contemplated as part of the site design. So is that for you, Mr. Nair? Okay.
Yes, through the chair. That was part of the discussions that came out when this was presented to the elders who are part of the Ritzis organization. And the intent is to look at opportunities both to look at potentially skills training, but also the opportunity to have fresh produce, that kind of thing. How it gets involved with the with the community, and that, I think that's further discussions. It's a matter of sort of refining and defining the space. We always want to make sure anything that we're proposed has good maintenance practices, and but also we want to make sure that there are opportunities for education not only to community but to those who are participating at the shelter.
Thank you. In relation to community waste management, that has come up today and also within the report. So it mentions community waste management protocols for garbage and hazardous materials. Can someone elaborate a bit more on what is being contemplated in that regard at this time? Okay, sorry, one sec. That is Ms. Trifo. 1 second, please. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so through the chair, we have several teams already within the city, whether they're nonprofit-based or city-based, that support on waste management. So it's a matter of engaging with those teams. We've done some initial work to just reach out to them and get a sense of, what would the cost be to expand the program that you're running or expand the scope of service. So we just need to go back and determine, but like some of our delegates said, like it is coming up, so it is something that we're looking at in the short term.
Thank you. Okay, I had initially some additional questions noted. I'm not going to ask many of them because I think when we get more information, if this tabling is successful, which I think it will be, that we will have we'll have even more details at that time, and some of my questions may be answered and also be further refined by then. But what I did want to clarify for the delegations who came today. So if this tabling is successful, it'll have a date attached to it. It will no longer come forward next week to council because it'll be tabled. And so what'll happen is it'll be tabled, there will be a supplemental report. You'll get an indication of the date right away in the motion. And then you will have the opportunity, after further engagement and after reading the supplemental report about that engagement, to come back and speak to us should you wish to. And it'll come back first to executive committee, is that accurate, clerk? And then council, the tabling.
It can come right directly to council.
Okay. So we're just going to clarify right now.
Okay, that's fine. Take it to exec to facilitate a broader.
Okay. So the tabling will come to executive first and then to council. So that gives you two opportunities should you wish to come speak to either body about additional concerns, or you could also come say, great job, as you wish. But that'll be your opportunity. So that is all, that's all I have. I see Councillor Rasevich, you're wishing to speak again?
Yeah, just one question. This through the chair, and just talking about security and just chatting with some of the delegates. Are other shelters, when people check in, they check in their drugs or their weapons? And then you check out with your weapons, and if you're talking security in a neighborhood, and certain weapons shouldn't be allowed in the neighborhood, I'm kind of wondering, I don't know if somebody can answer, how's that possible, I suppose?
Okay, who would like to take that one? Mr. Slater?
Are there other cities that do this, like give their weapons back when they're not?
Through the chair, I'll just clarify sort of the difference in the shelter models as well. There's two types of shelter models in Regina. Sort of a traditional shelter where you check in at night, go to sleep, you can get up and leave in the morning. The emergency shelter that we're speaking about today, it does have storage. I can't speak to what is stored in those units. That would be more of a discussion from the service provider. Mm-hmm. But the goal when those folks check into that center is that they're given a bed, they're given support, wraparound support, mental health, addictions if needed, nursing care, and the goal is to move those folks along the spectrum into more supported living or hopefully independent living. So just to clarify, the folks aren't, they're not checking in and then sort of leaving. They're there to ultimately with the goal to move on into that spectrum into other supported spaces. But as far as the items in the box that, that's within RITS's purview of their policies of what they allow within the space. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. Anyways, I find that pretty interesting, especially if a certain weapon is not allowed on the street, how that can go back on the street. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Okay, I don't see further folks indicating they wish to speak. Councillor Burton, are you, okay, you're still planning your tabling motion. 1 second, please. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'd like to propose the following motion here, that this report be tabled and that administration be directed to conduct further consultation with community and service providers to address their concerns and prepare a supplemental report that includes the results of the consultation to the March 26th Executive Committee meeting.
We'll have that displayed shortly so that folks can see it. I think we can also, we'll call the vote as well. So we're tabling motion so that you can read it, and then we will call the vote. Sorry, did you? Okay. Oh, actually, before we call the vote, we will just check in with the city manager to ensure that the tabling motion is sufficiently clear for administration. Oh, yes. Ms. Anderson, does that,
Through the
clear for
chair,
you?
yes, that's, I think, reasonable, knowing that the shelter is to open in July. I want to make sure that there is enough time for continued public dialogue in advance of the public opening of the shelter.
Okay, so that works for city administration. We will call the vote. Councillor Rasevich?
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 11-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you, Clerk. We will now consider item EX 25-16, Emergency Treatment Fund Funding Agreement. Can I have City Manager Nikki Anderson or City Anderson please introduce the report?
Thank you, through the chair. Hopefully we all agree that this is a good news report. In October, the federal government announced a fund to help municipalities and Indigenous communities fund urgent responses to the opioid and toxin drug supply crises. The Spectrum of Substance Use Community Action Table was involved in the content, approach, and community needs of a potential proposal that administration put forward. The action table included 16 local experts, elders, and community members with lived experience. Out of the 300 applicants, we were one of the 60 successful recipients, and we were awarded nearly $670,000 over 2 years. What I am asking for today is council's approval to enter into an agreement with Health Canada to give funding through a grant program for Regina-based nonprofits to apply for funding for vehicles, safe supplies, and peer outreach and training, all of which have been identified as critical needs among local community-based organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Burton, did you wish to speak on it? 1 second, please. No, you have nothing? Okay. I'll come to you again at the end. Okay, does anyone have comments or questions on this report? Okay, Councillor Flores, please go ahead.
Hi. Through the chair, could you elaborate on what specific criteria would be used, if we know at this time, would be used to evaluate nonprofit applications for funding, And how would the adjudication panel ensure equitable distribution of funds, especially to organizations serving marginalized communities that might not have the capacity to do all the grant application and all of that?
Through the chair, I will pass that over to Ms. Trippo.
Initially, that was one of our top concerns, so we did do some very informal consultation with a few local groups that we felt potentially would be eligible. Again, very informal, but just asking, here's where the city is at in terms of potentially offering this as a purely capital investment. Do you have the capacity to apply for this in the given timeframes if this moves forward? Do you have the capacity to continue operations, things like insurance, gas? So we did receive overwhelmingly positive indication. There were a couple that felt like their organizations were too small to run transportation programs. So I think a really important piece of this going forward is how do we work together with other organizations so that the broader community is benefiting, not just those that were able to secure vans. In terms of the adjudication piece, our intention is to reach out to a few of our local partners, leaders that have leading some of this work, particularly those that wouldn't have any conflict of interest. And so having them as internal advisors to us on who should be receiving the funding. And then you also had a piece there around general eligibility. So it would be nonprofits that are already doing existing work in this space, specifically with that mandate to do outreach, particularly for those facing addictions or trying to navigate different supports within the community. So really trying to be tightly aligned to what organizations already have as their mandate.
Perfect. Thank you. And then just in addition to that, just so I have more clarity, because we have those established nonprofit organizations, but there are also a number of really incredible grassroots organizations that are doing really good work in our community. So I believe you touched a little bit on that, but how can we ensure that those smaller grassroots organizations that provide those vital services have access to that funding and that expression of interest process doesn't unintentionally exclude them because of their lack of resources or capacity?
That's a really good point. So through the chair, the restriction with the Emergency Treatment Fund is that it needs to only go to nonprofits or Indigenous organizations. So that is a restriction that we do need to maintain in terms of reallocating funds to local groups. But what we've done historically with other grant programs is that if a grassroots organization is able to partner with another nonprofit as an accountable partner, that's something that we have been flexible with. So it's just on city side ensuring that we have that organizational stability and ability to manage, that it's there, but that we're very open to partnerships. So for example, that's something that we could clarify in the expression of interest, that if a grassroots organization is wanting to indicate a nonprofit as their accountable partner, we could look into that.
Thank you for that. And lastly, so you just mentioned about Indigenous groups and Indigenous communities. So with the focus on Indigenous community support, how can we ensure that the peer support and outreach is truly culturally sensitive and led by Indigenous knowledge and practices?
So through the chair, I think that'll really come down to the adjudication committee. We often trust those groups to tell us what's working well, what's not. The reality is for us at the city is that especially in the community well-being branches, that we often defer to those groups. So they, especially with the Spectrum of Substance Use Community Action Table, they've been really important in guiding us on that. So I think it's really going back to those groups and just doing that ongoing engagement.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. I see Councillor Mancinelli next. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Appreciate the report. Good to see investment. One thing caught my eye, though, the purchase of 8 new vehicles with only 3 employees. It makes me think the vehicles are being distributed for use. That seems like a big capital purchase, as well as a lot of maintenance for something that's supposed to go towards, community service and outreach for those in need. I can envision some of these cars sitting around and collecting debt more than use. Has there been any thought of using some type of valet service or something for sharing vehicles and having less of a vehicle purchase? Or are these vehicles going to be well used all the time and not left to sit except for being used once or twice a day? Just for clarification.
Who do I pass that to? Okay, Ms. Truffaut, 1 sec, please go ahead.
Through the chair, we often hear in community meetings that transportation is one of the biggest barriers to access to supports, and because nonprofits and grassroots groups see that it's such a big barrier, what they often end up doing is actually using their personal vehicles. What they often end up doing is giving a limited number of bus passes, or outreach workers are, helping folks get into cabs, that sort of thing. So it's already a barrier that's being addressed through informal means, and so it certainly will be used. That was part of the point of doing the informal consultation, is really to confirm that we were on the right track with the need. So I will say from that perspective, we have every indication that not only will the vans be used and really appreciated in community, but that also there's the infrastructure in place to support their ongoing use and maintenance. Things like, a lot of groups are also aware that it requires insurance, it requires all these other things, so groups are aware of that.
Okay. I guess just to clear it up, I envision that they would use the vehicles. A vehicle is around 24 hours a day. Some of these nonprofits might have a use for a vehicle once a day when the proper program comes up that they drive delivery services to. All those costs continue to accumulate the rest of the time. Not saying they don't need it, and not saying I understand their use either. Just one of the fears I have is, instead of supplying 8 new vehicles, do they all have the use each and every day for a vehicle independently? Or is there any chance for a crossover of shared of some of these assets so we get a bit more use per vehicle? If they're all being used on a consistent basis and my ignorance shows through, my apologies. I'm just trying to look to make sure that every dollar goes towards the best use when it's given to us.
Through the chair, sorry, I misunderstood your question or part of it. So I think that's where the ongoing engagement is really important as part of this initiative. So not only allocating the funding to the vans, but then also having that ongoing discussion with the nonprofits or the grassroots groups that receive this funding. And then that way, what it helps us do is to kind of make sure that the vehicles are being used to their fullest capacity.
Yeah, I just want to make sure our money's not going towards vehicle service instead of people service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Next, I see Councillor Bizo. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Through the chair, what is the definition of safe supplies?
Through the chair, so we define safe supply. Through the chair, so we define safe supplies quite broadly. So looking, for example, at the organizations that are funded through our harm reduction grant, groups will use it for things like condoms. They'll use it for just like safe needles so folks can use safely. They'll use it for, in theory, it could even be something like a winter coat. Like in practice, it's not used for that, but in general, it's anything that aligns with the harm reduction philosophy. So the harms that someone might otherwise face in the dark or without adequate support, they're given supplies to engage in those behaviors safely, so that they're not met with judgment, not met with shame, and that they're actually able to have better trusting relationships with service providers. So it ranges in safe supplies, but it's anything that essentially gives a safe mechanism for someone to engage with supports.
But not drugs, right?
Through the chair, it does include drugs.
Did you say does not?
It does. And I can explain more on that. So I think an important piece of it is that we are meeting community where they're at, and what we see from a lot of our harm reduction agencies is that meeting groups with judgment or shame actually kind of pulls those behaviors more into the dark, and it pulls those behaviors more into unsafe places. And so it's really important to create a safe space so that there's free of judgment, and then people are more willing to engage with service. So our harm reduction program, we included some data on the incredible success that it's shown with safe supplies. So what it actually results in is that people feel comfortable enough with those 1, 2, 3 early engagements, and now they're able to accept a referral to housing, or they're able to accept a referral to an addictions clinic if they so choose that. So it's really that first point of contact, making sure that it's as safe as welcoming as possible.
Oh, you're done? Okay. Councillor Fro, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I think in 2023, we lost 151 of our neighbors to overdose in Regina, sort of illustrating the acuity of the addictions crisis that we have. And I think this is undoubtedly a good news story. But I've been asking, of late for the actual numbers it would take to successfully execute our community well-being strategy and other plans we have to support the vulnerable. And so my question through the chair is, in conversations with community partners, what is the actual dollar amount, or do we have a sense of what's required to adequately care for the vulnerable that are dying every day, it seems, or I guess every few days in our community? So is this a drop in the bucket, and should we celebrate, I guess, that drop while we forcefully advocate for more? So, just given the engagement that's happened and the good work, Nikki, through your team, congratulations to them. But do we have a sense of what's actually needed? And are we, we know we're addressing the symptom, not the root cause of addiction. But what does this truly represent as it relates to the actual need to support our community?
Who should we pass that to? Okay, Mr. Slater, please go ahead.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. It's a great question. The reality is the safety and well-being plan is extremely comprehensive, and if you read through the action items within the plan, you'll note that a majority of those items require many different systems and sectors, including health districts, schools, different ministries, cities. So it's very much a need for collective action. So to give a dollar amount is difficult because there's many factors there and many different sectors that are required to take action. With respect to your question on this initiative especially, this is one action within the plan that aligns with the plan. So we heard specifically from groups in our consultation. We had family members who have lost loved ones to addictions, and they explained to us the role that transportation can have for people when they're ready to seek addiction support or get help. So I think this funding is probably a drop in the bucket, but it'll make great impact alongside the substance use priority within the plan.
Thanks, Dave. And through the chair, I guess just for the record, the last thing I want to say is, notwithstanding my thanks to you specifically and through through our city manager, the staff, this is a good news story. I think I just want to state that I find the investment from the federal and provincial government into addictions and mental health wholly inadequate. And so I commend the community partners that will receive this funding and the work they're doing on a shoestring budget. But I think that when we look at the 151 folks that passed away in 2023, if we honor their memory, we have to, I think, indicate quite clearly that this is not just a drop in the bucket, but wholly inadequate. And I'll close there by thanking you, Dave and Nikki.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Okay. I don't see further folks indicating to speak. I'll go ahead with my comments, and if anybody else wishes to, they can indicate so. So I did want to first say, highlight that the city's application was one of only 60 successful applications out of over 300 applicants nationwide. I think that's incredible, and I want to really commend you folks for the work that you did in putting together a successful application. Question that I have is, so it talks about a pilot program for training and peer outreach. I think that sounds great. And this covers for 2 years. So then, so it's a 2-year pilot program. And then at the completion of those 2 years, will the city then be exploring other ways, what do we do at the completion of the 2 years of the pilot program to whether we're able to continue funding that pilot program, whether through a grant application or otherwise? Is that for you, Mr. Slater? Please go ahead.
Through the chair, I can start, and then if Ms. Trifo wants to speak as well. It's this grant program. I would say it's quite similar to our how we're offering it to our other community investment grant programs. So we do have new initiative programs that are typically there for community to access, to run a pilot program to sort of test, and then we can evaluate along the way, which I think will be important with this one, is to evaluate alongside our spectrum of substance use committee, and maybe there's changes that need to happen along the way. So I think as far as funding moving forward, it'll be something we'll have to evaluate, but groups absolutely know applying for it that the funding is not past that 2 years, so that will be a consideration for them as well. But anything to add, Ms. Trifle?
Oh, sorry, did you have something, Ms. Trifo?
No.
No, okay. Now, the report also mentions feelings of safety on public transit as a barrier to transportation. So because this is mentioned in the report, I would like to know, what are we doing to address concerns of public safety on transit? Can anyone speak to that? Is that a Mr. Doney question? Okay. Maybe, okay, never mind. I'll go to Mr. Doney. Please, go ahead.
Through the chair, not 100% prepared for that question, and the team's not here to assist, but I'll let you know what we're looking to do. And so, in the future, as part of the transit master plan, it has us looking at options like, we call them peace officers, and there's a lot that needs to be defined. So that's not in the current budget, but it's something we're looking at in the future to consider. Saskatoon is implementing something like that, and so right now we're looking to see how their success or not is achieved, and then we'll bring that forward in future budgets.
Okay, thank you. Another question is, it mentions that CBOs will be encouraged to explore hybrid or electric vehicles. How will they be encouraged to do that? Will they get additional funding because those vehicles cost more money? Like how are we encouraging that as part of this process? Is that for you, Ms. Trifo?
Through the chair, so it'll be informally that we'll encourage folks to purchase electric vehicles. So our understanding is that the amount that we have allocated per vehicle is generous enough that it could support a newer vehicle. So if a group decides that they're willing to maybe get a slightly older vehicle, but for that trade-off of having it be electric, like that would be up to them.
Sorry, so there is sufficient funding for folks to purchase electric or hybrid, is that what you said?
At least like a newer 7-passenger vehicle that's like not electric, but it is standard. So I guess what I'm saying is that if there is an additional cost tied to electric and the group felt like they had the resources to charge the electric vehicle and kind of support that ongoing use of it, and they wanted to perhaps make that compromise of it's older but then it has that electric piece, then they could make that choice.
Okay. I guess if we're actually wanting to encourage folks to purchase electric or hybrid, I feel like it should be more than just an informal encouragement, that there should be some mechanism where they receive some sort of actual additional, whether it's additional support or additional funding, like I'm not sure that an informal encouragement is going to actually result in that. So can that be further considered?
Through the chair, it can be further considered, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Turnbull, is there Councillor Turnbull? I see you're wishing to speak. Please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please
okay,
go ahead.
yeah, this is awesome that we have that. It's super important to support situations where clients can overcome their addiction in a safe and controlled and dignified manner. So that's amazing. And also, but I wanted to ask about, we've talked a lot about, this is federal funding coming to the city. I wanted to know how SHA and the provinces involved and the overlap and the possible duplication of services, like even with like the vending machines for the safe supplies and all of that, and how we are working with the province and the SHA and all of this.
Okay, who should I pass that to? Ms. Truffaut, please go ahead.
Through the chair, so when we look at any piece within the community safety wellbeing plan, we're looking at it through that collective impact lens, and so that means trying to reduce duplication as much as possible, or work with partners as much as possible. So, you know, we actively engage SHA on a lot of different projects, such as, you know, needle drop boxes, just general pieces, so we have that partnership. So it is a good flag, and I think something that we can explore in terms of especially like the sustainability of this program going beyond 2026. Like, what does that commitment look like from all different groups?
Councillor Turnbull, did you have anything further?
No, that's sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see nobody else indicating they wish to speak, and so we can call the vote. Oh, right. Councillor Burton, you can close debate, should you wish to. Yes, 1 second, please. Please go ahead.
City of Regina has some troubles. The federal government has some money. 300 people, 300 organizations applied. We are one of 60. Let us go forth and spend some funds for goodness. And I hope it's not on Tesla vehicles.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Now we can call the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 11-0.
Thank you. We will now break for lunch, and we will be breaking until 1:15. Thank you. All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Please find your seats. Okay, so we're going to start with delegations on this budget submission. So in terms of delegations, I believe the folks coming from Real is Jamie Bolt, Christine Short, and Roberta Engel. So please, we'll have you, I'll turn all your mics on shortly. I'll have you introduce yourselves for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have about 10 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jamie Bolt. I'm the chair of the Real Board, and I live, work, and play in Regina.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roberta Engel. I'm the acting president and CEO for Real, and I live here in Regina.
And I'm Christine Short. I am the chair of the Audit and Finance Committee for Real, and I also live in Regina.
All right, so we'll jump right into it because we're going to fill up these 10 minutes. We're here today to present Real's budget ask that is made up of 4 distinct asks. An amount for operating, capital, debt funding, and cash flow management. We acknowledge this budget ask is significant in value. However, this amount is necessary to allow Real to continue operating and providing our community all of the services and events that they have come to expect from Real. This ask also allows us, Real's new board, to move this organization forward. Working with you, City Council, we take our fiduciary responsibility very seriously, and we're committed to working with you, City Council, and City Administration to ensure Real is set on a path that is mutually beneficial for the city, the organization, and most importantly, our residents. Real's District is where we gather, not just to celebrate, but to experience thoughtfully designed moments that unite us. Real is designed to bring us together in Regina. Real's true value comes from providing a diverse network of facilities, followed by our expertise in delivering exceptional experiences, and we are a true hub for connection. We're a 100-acre site, 24/7 operation, with 11 buildings and 2 million square feet that generates over 40 million in revenue, of which 72% is directly tied to the city's economy. We program, we plan, we deliver on a multitude of events. This picture shows this amazing gem that we have here in the heart of our city. Real generates revenue by delivering a diverse range of events that not only enrich our community, but also drive significant economic impact for our city. In addition to that, we are home to local businesses, local organizations, and major tenants. Real's economic impact is estimated to be more than $300 million in 2025. We are a major driver of our city's economy, and when Real succeeds, we all succeed. Since June 2024, Real has been on a path to apply a new mandate approved by Council and defined by the MNP report. Although the new mandate is more concise, work continues to try and balance how to benefit the community while being commercially viable and self-sustaining, and at times, these 2 goals are a tricky balance.
Thank you, Jamie. 2024 was an amazing year with many, many highlights. With the major change that occurred late in 2023 and new leadership in 2024, Real was focused in on stabilizing the business, generating revenue, and ensuring all of our employees were engaged. We exceeded budget by $1 million for our trade show and conferences. We surpassed QCX advanced ticket sales. And also, this is a very proud point, is the fact that we were removed from the WCB watch list this year. We've been on that watch list for many, many years, so it was a significant achievement for Real. As well, we delivered the safest QCX in 10 years. 2025 is looking bright, and we're excited to be focused in on financial management, driving efficiencies, improving our communication, improving on our customer experience, as well as building our relationships within our community. March Madness. It's going to be crazy on our property this month, you guys. We've got over 75 events occurring at the Real District, more than we have ever had in our history. We'd like to thank the City of Regina for strong ticket sales and those local residents that help bring many events to our district. From tournaments to concerts to Canada's Farm Show from March 18th to the 20th, it's going to be a very busy month for our community. Now on to the real reason why we're here. We know we're coming forward with a significant ask for 25. We're asking for $12.7 million, an increase of $3.5 million over last year. We understand the impact this is having on the mill rate, and Real is deeply committed to finding a sustainable approach to reduce the financial reliance on the city, but this will take time. Our budget focuses on stabilizing Real, being realistic about what is achievable, as well as being transparent about our needs. Operationally, we're going to start with revenues. Sorry, little hiccup there for a second. For 25, Real is budgeting $41.3 million in revenues. 30 million of that is variable, or 73%. That means that is based on events that come to our property and bookings that we make. And it is reliant on the state of our buildings and grounds and the customer experience that is delivered in order for us to be competitive in our local, provincial, and national landscape. Budgeted expenses are coming in at $45.5 million. To generate $41.3 million, there is a level of investment and necessary expenses that are incurred. 26.3 of that is fixed, and these expenses do not fluctuate based on the number of events being hosted. They are necessary expenses that are needed to maintain our facilities, provide external services such as waste removal to the property, meet insurance and legal requirements for operations, to provide training and support to our employees, and most importantly, to market and sell Real District and helping to drive revenue. Our budgeted salary and labor costs are a total of $17.8 million, and this includes all salary and labor costs to generate $41.3 million in revenue, to maintain more than $400 million in building and fleet assets, to clean and safeguard 2 million square feet while employing 600 of our residents. The majority of salary and labor costs is directly attributed to the generation of revenue. This is where we manage our tenants, support the delivery of a Rider or Pats game, attract and deliver on a concert such as the recent Mother concert, plan, program, and deliver on signature events, provide the support and rec services to our community, or to retain our sponsors and partnership relationships. This is required investment to retain revenue levels. Real's net loss is budgeted to be $4.2 million for 2025. Real's budget ask for 2025 is $4.2 million, an increase of 1.4 from Real's ask in 24, which can be attributed to the fact we do not have a major event scheduled for 2025, such as the Briar or Grey Cup. A major event can generate upwards of $1 million for Real in profitability, and when an event is not scheduled, it has a direct impact on our ability. What does it fund? The $4.2 million funds all of this and more. We fund community programming, entertainment, and events. We fund, the 4.2 funds the agricultural industry, which is extremely important to our city and province. It funds us being a property management service to the stadium, a landlord to 25 tenants, all administration requirements. Also, it further funds the generation of $38.7 million in revenues. We have profitability initiatives that are out there, and by approving Real's funding ask of 4.2, we will have the opportunity and the ability to research these and many other initiatives that are out there for 2025. These initiatives will take some time to implement and proceed, and we will need your support, especially when you think about the expansion of user pay parking opportunities at the property. Our capital fund. Capital budget ask is $1 million this year, which is in line with 2024. It represents the requirements for financial system upgrades that are at end of life, fleet and building upgrades based on current information, which can change daily. In fact, it just did the other day when a rooftop heater of the Brand Center damaged due to falling snow. And so something that was not on our capital list at the time of doing this budget has now been added for $30,000. Capital budgets and areas of concerns that we really want you as council to be aware of, and that is based on the 2019 Stantec report and the work that we've completed since then. Real is estimating that over the next 4 years, $10 million may need to be invested into the Brand Centre, Queensbury, and Cooperators buildings. They have mechanical systems that are beyond their useful life, and should any of these mechanical systems fail during an event, there is significant revenue and reputational risk not only to Real, but to the city, and it is important for us to make sure you're advised of these risks. The VFA report that's been commissioned by the City of Regina, expected in the very near future, will provide an accurate assessment of the value of these upgrades and needed improvements. It's important to note that our capital budget ask does not include these 3 buildings and places additional pressure on our operational budget based on the state of the building. Our term debt funding ask is in line with last year of $2.7 million, and it represents 3 term loans, one for the F&B investment in Mosaic Stadium and the other 2 in response to operational funding during the pandemic. Principal payments total about $1.3 million, with interest being estimated at $1.4, and it's important to note that the city has guaranteed all of Real's debt. The cash flow funding truly relates to working capital, or in other words, it's a timing issue as it relates to the cash inflows and outflows for Real's business. The November 2023 M&P report stated that Real would need some level of additional funding or support from the city in order to navigate through the immediate future, as Real establishes a financial sustainable model and builds on cash reserves. In the past, councillors requested Real to not return seeking additional funding, so this ask is in response to that request.
So in closing, we'd like to acknowledge that Real's financial situation has been 10 years in the making. Marginally profitable in the good years, did not generate enough cash flow to fund the debt incurred to invest $50 million into buildings such as the Viterra International Trade Center, Brand Center, and Mosaic Stadium, which caused Real to rely on its operating line to pay off the term debt. Add in a pandemic that had an immediate and significant impact on revenue generation, and the result is the place where Real is right now, in need of funding and support from the city. The new board is excited to support and govern Real as Real administration completes a deep dive into the business model that is aligned with the MNP reports and with the goals approved by City Council. This funding ask is significant, and we acknowledge this. And it has a direct impact on the residents of Regina. However, Real is committed to support the city on the 18-month review, while at the same time making decisions and adjustments that will have a positive impact on revenue growth and expense management. Thank you.
Thank you. You were almost on time, so good work. So we'll now see if there's questions. Councillor Crowe, I'm told you have one because I can't see you right now, but please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. And again, Jamie, to you and the volunteer board, thank you for all the work you're doing in your presentation. Today, I see in your presentation conservatively over $10 million in critical infrastructure investment required and likely over $50 million in unfunded capital requirements. And so the question then is, to the best of your knowledge, has the City of Regina ever funded the capital required to adequately maintain the assets, which of course are owned by the people of Regina and the city?
Through the chair, great question, and thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Froh. To the best of my knowledge, I have not been with the organization with the organization for a few years, but to the best of my knowledge, the city has not funded capital maintenance requirements. In 2019, Real did bring forward a Stantec report that highlighted there was $44 million in capital maintenance that was either deferred, meaning it should have already been done, or also highlighting the future liability of what was going to be coming down for those buildings. And so other than the funding that we would receive in the past through operational and community grant funding, not to my knowledge, the city has ever actually funded capital maintenance.
Thank you.
Other, sorry, Councillor Fro, other than last year, the city did fund us $1 million. I apologize.
No, thanks, Roberta. Through the chair, does Real have an enterprise risk plan? And if so, as you look at the impact on operations and velocity of the risk, how do you look at the unfunded capital requirements and the variability of revenue associated with events, trade shows, conventions, that you can't bank on year to year? So do you have an enterprise risk plan? And if so, how does the state of your assets and the variability of your revenue rank in that risk plan?
Yeah, there's nothing previously that was done. It's absolutely on our, the new board's agenda is to get an enterprise risk management plan in place, but there wasn't one historically that was done.
Yeah, well, thanks, Jamie. I think, those are great answers and great presentation. Thanks very much to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Burton, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. So at the start, you did describe the balancing of profitability versus community. And in the past year, I'd say that there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that are taxpayers, and would say some of that balance went way out of balance. As people in Regina being expected to support this and say that community is part of it, what confidence do they have that there's going to be consultation and balance in this organization as you move forward, as you come forward with this ask? And some people in the past year, and as I said, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds did not feel that balance.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. And absolutely, we need to consult with our community on the gaps and the needs. I mean, as a new board, we've had folks reach out to us and express their concerns, but we realize, and the hundreds and hundreds of other folks that haven't yet, and I agree with you. I think we need to be more open and transparent and open the gates and have conversations with people and understand the real issues that our community sees. We certainly know now as a board some of the major issues, but to your point, yeah, I think that that's absolutely something that we need to do over the next coming months.
Thank you. Just the lack of major events. We're out of COVID for a few years here, through the chair. How can we explain that to people that we've got some good-sized stadiums, whether it's Brant, whether it's Mosaic? Why are we not on the tour? What's missing? Where's the speed bump?
Yeah, so great question, and through the chair, Councillor Burton, thank you for bringing that forward. So there's two pieces in my mind. There's the major events, which is your Grey Cup and your Briar, that travel across this country. I mean, obviously, if the city of Regina could always get the Briar every single year, that would be amazing for Real, and that would be amazing for our city. But the reality is that Briar has to go to other centers within the country, and so every time we have an opportunity to bid on those major events, because it's kind of our turn to do so, we are absolutely partnering with Events Regina, so RHA and Tourism Regina and Tourism Saskatchewan, to make sure that we're a viable bid option for those events. As for the stadium concerts, we are constantly looking into them. We are getting calls. We are looking, people and the promoters are starting to see us. I think the number of events that have come to the Brant Centre and how well our community has responded to ticket sales and attendance of those events, I think we're going to start to see very quickly that we are the place to bring a stadium concert.
Okay. And final question here, just with some of the infrastructure remaining, and a few of those three buildings is very problematic for people who want to experience the facilities at Brant and then are struggling with their experience at Brant. So that's troubling to see some of that still being shown as outstanding, and that's of great concern.
Yeah. Through the chair, Councillor Burton, Monday night was a perfect example. A fast thaw like this, You know, we walk around our buildings and we cross our fingers, well, I shouldn't say cross our fingers, but we do everything we possibly can to mitigate any leaks, any break-in pipes, but we have old buildings and we have systems that are near failing. Monday night, you know, I felt bad for our patrons. They had to wander past 25, 30 different pails scattered throughout our box office and entrance points because we had leaks. And so we need this funding, and I think the VFA report that is coming forward, that is going to be brought forward by city administration, will definitely help well inform you as council as to where our capital needs fall within every other city asset that is owned by the city.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Bezo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much through the chair. Thank you for the presentation, and thanks for the volunteer board that is helping put things together in a short time period as well too. I'm going to refer to some of the capital that we just finished discussing. Looking at your report that was provided and some of the numbers that were provided in historical trends, you're spending roughly about $1 million a year on capital. You got 3 million square feet of assets, referring to them as aged infrastructure. I get it. $2 million a year maintenance spend. From those numbers, I clearly see that there is a funding gap. There's a shortfall in order to maintain the facilities. When I'm also looking at the numbers, I see IT software upgrades and hardware refresh. I get it, everyone gets it, computers, software, everything else. The city is the major business partner, shall we say, with Real. I'm going to throw things out there, like have we approached the city and say, hey, can we grab some licenses? You're looking for an enterprise asset management system. I know what you're trying to achieve with that, and that's to, work order tracking, work order scheduling, everything else. The city has that. It's licensing at this point. So when we see these numbers, $335,000 going towards some software and hardware, which the city has licensing for, that they could probably extend a licensing agreement, we can deploy $300,000 to a leaky roof. So that's the kind of stuff we need to see. Graders, for example, you've got a grader sitting on site. Meanwhile, the city's got a pile of graders. Understanding that, yes, there are some priorities, but at the same time, is there shared work that we can do with the major owner, being the city, to reduce these costs, these maintenance costs, and actually deploy that capital where it needs to go?
Through the chair, absolutely. I think there's opportunity not only on software and hardware cost sharing, or utilizing the systems that the same systems that the city uses, but also to utilizing the fleet. You were lucky enough we were happy enough to be able to give you a tour, and where possible we actually do try and purchase equipment from the city. But I think this is a great opportunity for us to step back and take a look at how Real collaborates and works with the city in a completely different manner. And so is there an opportunity to share on equipment? I do want to clarify the IT system upgrades. We have kicked that can down the road for 3 or 4 years, and we are now to the point where, because we've been trying to invest in capital and the building infrastructure, we are now to the point where this year we have to, there is no choice in the matter, we absolutely have to upgrade these systems or they're no longer supported as of December 31st.
Is this something that we could say to the city manager, hey, can we piggyback some of your licensing, cloud-based, whatever it is? Like when we're looking at computers and hardware for people, it's that those are cheaper costs, but then I get it, the systems are not cheap. Everyone around the room understands networking and everything else is not that cheap. But I want to put it in a position to say, we heard last night very clearly at Councillor Burton's kind of open door session, shall we say, that there's a level of frustration with taxes, and Real was called out specifically. And everyone knows they ask from Real. I'm not prepared to say yes to this budget at all due to the ask until everything is overturned to say, we've done this, we've talked to the city, we're borrowing the grader, we're getting rid of this. Food services, I look in there's like $3 million of food services, the costs. I can't even, if I asked you today, what are your profits on food services, you can't tell me the answer.
I couldn't tell you the answer?
Yeah, or can you tell me the answer?
Yeah, like
Is that a
we're
profit
profiting
center?
about $700,000 to $800,000 on food and beverage services through our trade show and conferences and concerts. The revenue that you actually saw in that slide presentation relates to the concession spaces. So that relates to the subways and other independent agreements that we have out there with third party.
Right, but I'm going to say for the internal food services, that's,
About $700,000 to $800,000.
yeah. So
Yep.
it's not a huge amount for, and does that include the labor rates associated with that?
Pardon me?
Does
I'm
that
sorry.
include the labor rates
Yes.
associated? Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not a huge dollar maker, but there's a lot of effort going into that system.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say from a perspective where I'm sitting, like I said, the real is a very hot topic button. It was during the election, and it is still, as of last night, and still today in the community. And I would throw this out there as well too, a stage gate approach. Say, here is my business plan. This is my target for my capital this year. Here's my plan. Here is my scope of work. Here is my fixed price. Can we get the money to do it? And then proceed, say yes, instead of giving a big pool of money and, you know, hopefully something gets fixed or not gets fixed.
Yeah.
What would that look like for your business plan where we have this as a staged approach versus another pool of money?
Through the chair, Councillor Bezo, are you still referring to capital as a stage gate approach, or are you referring to
Capital
operation?
or the whole business is itself, right? The whole business in itself is not generating any cash and it's hemorrhaging the taxpayer.
Mm-hmm. So maybe I can speak to, through the chair, I'll speak to capital first. You know, the VFA report, I think, is really going to help us identify what that stage gate approach really looks like. It'll help not only Real, but City Council and City Administration clearly understand the state and condition of the buildings. The last full report that was done was back in 2019, and, you know, over the years, we have put some capital improvements into the buildings where possible. On the profitability side, or on the operating side, you know, you bring up a really good point. And, you know, we think and we look in terms of what does this entire year look like? And so we think about all of the events that we actually have scheduled year over year, and we think about all of our lease revenue and our leases that are reoccurring. And so that's kind of an annual approach to it. But because our business is so variable, if you recall from that revenue slide, $30 million of that is truly variable. We are actually we're not looking to book events in 2025 any longer. We're doing bids for 27, 28, and 29. And so we're looking out as far as 3 and 4 years in advance when it comes to trade shows and it comes to conferences. Skills Canada is a perfect example where when they come here, we're really aiming to have this be the best Skills Canada event ever in the country in hopes that we can secure future contracts with them and maybe get into a longer term commitment that they return every 2 or 3 years or something like that. So I'd have to take your advice back to the table and really think through what that operating stage gate approach would look like, breaking it down into an annual, like a quarter basis for sure.
Thank you.
If I could just, if I could just add to that, I think, you know, as a board, as a new board, we're just starting to, you know, dig into the details of the operations and appreciate your comments in terms of the operations going forward. There are several things going on, you know, as we speak, and we are looking to take that deep dive into cost structure, organizational structure. Real administration has engaged with parties across the country in similar event type businesses to really dig into the operations, understand the similarities, the differences, and identify opportunities to be able to introduce revenue opportunities or additional cost savings. So there is work being done, to your point, and just wanted to raise that and highlight that.
Okay, thanks.
And I think the other thing that I want to say is appreciate the, and we've heard this a couple of times that we've had conversations with various councillors, is the collaborative approach that the city is taking with Real in this moment, to share, to create efficiencies and all of that kind of stuff. That's going to take us a minute to figure out with city administration. But that is something that is high on our priority list to look at doing. And I know it's easy to say in this moment, let's share snow removal and do that kind of stuff. We understand there's logistics to that, and it's not, you know, we can say it and it's going to happen tomorrow. But absolutely, and I think, you know, just to acknowledge that that's out on the table and it's been repeated to us as an offering, we're going to take you up on it.
And I'm going to throw this out there as well too. You've come with a big ask, and it's all dollars and cents. Ask us for something that we can help you out with the resources of the city, and we can talk to the city manager to help with this program, not just dollars and cents. So whatever you need, you've got an open audience, a new council here, to ask for help with stuff. So if you need engineering assessments, you're spending money on a VAA report, and we've got some people over here that probably have the software that can help out with this. And there's probably some expertise internally that could perhaps help out with this.
Yeah.
Instead of spending another, hey, $100,000 would fix your roof versus the report. We could take that money and deploy it into the asset, not deploy it into another evaluation. So whatever you need, by all means, come back and ask.
Through the chair, we're going to hold you to that, Councillor Vizo.
Thank you, Councillor Bizo. Next, I see Councillor Flores. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I've also heard a lot, I think all of us have heard from community reaching out, and I think everybody has a different understanding of what REAL does, what REAL doesn't do, where they're at, and oftentimes people come with their own ideas and thoughts on how we should handle this. So I just want to put out some hypotheticals just so I can better not only understand that from your perspective, but be able to answer those questions for residents. In terms of your ask, what would happen if you did not get the budget ask that you've come from? Could you either find a way to significantly reduce that ask or work with the status quo ask?
Through the chair, great question, and I'm going to ask Councillor Flores if you could clarify if you're asking about reducing the operating, capital, debt, or cash flow, or all?
All of it.
All of it. Okay. Great question. So on the debt, term debt and principal and interest payments, we all know you have to make your principal and interest payments. The city has guaranteed that debt. So if REAL is unable to meet those debt requirements, it will automatically come to the City of Regina for repayment of it. The capital request of $1 million, we are at the minimum of $1 million. So most definitely we, could certainly look at reducing that. But to Councillor Burton's point and Councillor Bizo's point, there's a lot of buildings that are actually very close to failure, knock wood that they don't. But if we don't have a level of funding, potentially what could end up happening is we could be back in front of council asking for emergency capital funding, even if it's in the dollar value of $400,000 or $500,000. When it comes to cash flow funding, if you recall, last year we were here in September asking for $4 million in order to retain operations and keep the doors open for REAL. We certainly hope that that's not going to be the case this year. And what we're doing is we're simply advising and asking that, hey, we may need that cash flow funding. I can share with you that the financial team at REAL shares on a monthly basis with the city administration financial team a cash flow modeling report that goes out for 2 years. So we're collaborating with the city administration and their finance team to make sure that we're managing our cash flow properly. On the operating side is about $1.4 million more than we had asked for last year. Last year, we only received $2 million of the $2.8 million that we had requested, and so we did our best to manage to that $2.8 million loss, which has obviously, caused some reduction in our cash. But, the operating is so variable, and so if we have great revenue and we have the great events that are happening, we can look at, we could look at continuing to reduce costs, but that could potentially have the impact on the right service levels that are needed, because I believe Councillor Burton commented about, resident services and what they see. So yeah, for sure, we can look at reducing our operating costs, but knowing there's risks that come along with that. Ability to generate revenue, ability to meet our service levels, and ability to maintain our buildings.
So there is there could be ways to look in smaller bits and pieces to bring that ask down, taking some risk, but it's not a no. Is that what I'm getting at? It's like you could do that potentially with some caveats and some risks.
I think we'd have to go back and look at those areas for sure. The budget that's been put forward is based on, what's known to Real today to be able to deliver on those services and those events. As Roberta mentioned, anything else, if we start to reduce things, that will introduce risk. And if we do talk about capital, and that is a concern of the board right now, that does create, risk to, safety risk first and foremost. So I think those are the things that we would have to go back and consider. So I wouldn't say definitively that we could. We could look at it and also identify where we could and what the risks that creates would be.
Right. Yeah. And then just one more question, and this is probably the hardest thing for me to answer residents, because I have my understandings of it, but oftentimes they're like, why do we even need Real for, right? Like what's, again, a lot of people just, with frustrations and probably a game of telephone that distributes information in different ways, have different understandings. And oftentimes the thoughts is, what if we entirely stopped funding Real and it disappeared? Like, what would that look like? What would the consequences be of that? And what would Regina lose if we did not have Real?
Oh, it's a great question, and through the chair. And you know what, to be honest with you, I think all of us have that same conversation with our own neighbors, and whether whether you're at the gym and people say, oh, you work for Real, what, why do we have Real? And I think to Councillor Fro's motion that was brought forward, I think we're going to go through another review and really take a look at Real as an organization. But I think if you take away the corporate perspective of Real and you look at the buildings, so if you take away Real, the building cooperators, 6 arenas driving 25, 30 tournaments to this city, right? Hockey, ringette, Affinity-plex, soccer, Brand Center, concerts, PATS, ITC, like trade shows, conferences, Havana Center. So I think if we remove the corporate image and just look at the buildings and the community service and what we actually provide for the city, and the fact that we generate an estimated over $300 million in economic impact, you could take away the corporation, but I think you've got to really look at the services and everything that those buildings and that property bring to the city.
All right, thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Next, I see Councillor Mancinelli. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you very much for coming on board to help out and steer through this time. Reviewing the budget ask right now, in 2024 we were looking at about $9.5, $10 million from the city, and this year we're looking at 12. Is that kind of roughly correct?
Correct.
And I noticed during your presentation you also mentioned that you had $1 million left over from last year's budget. Did I hear that correctly as well?
I'm sorry, through the chair, $1 million left over?
Out of one of the buckets you described in your presentation, you were under budget by $1 million, or were you were $1 million to the good on one portion of the budget?
Oh, yes, sorry, through the chair. Sorry, I had to remember what yeah, we actually exceed, so on our budget line, or our business for trade shows and conferences, we actually exceeded budget by $1 million in 2024.
Of course, I know that's not profit. That's great to hear.
Yeah.
You had a lot of optimism in your presentation about the events coming, the busiest in 75 years, I believe you mentioned. Did I hear that correctly too? And of course, being in this seat for 9 years now, I remember the warnings we had pre-pandemic about Real being one concert away from being at a loss. Every year I was in this chair, there was no surprise when things hit the fan. But with that, I remember viewing that with a lot of pessimism. Having been in this chair through a pandemic and the recovery from a pandemic, and knowing that commercial viability is one of the goals of REAL, at what point do we put a little bit of responsibility back at REAL to maintain that commercial viability? In that, I mean, I can understand the $12 million ask, and I understand the maintenance and the investment and the operating that you have to perform to have a successful year. Looking at how you reported back from last year and the optimum in this year, and being that this is a budgeting exercise, and if something went wrong, we could react later in the year, why wouldn't we put it back to you to try to have that commercial success and earn that money first before we just knowingly collect it from taxpayers and give it to you? If we were to try to save a 1% off our mill rate by holding back $3 million and putting it to you to earn that $3 million through operations, would I be having your back or just asking a job be done that people in Regina expect for the investment? Through the chair.
That's loaded.
Yeah.
So am I. No,
Through the chair, and thank you for the loaded question, Councillor Mancinelli. And I may seek clarity from you to make sure I'm answering your question. So if you recall, the M&P report that came in November and then came in June of 2024 clearly highlighted that REAL's business model, we needed to look at REAL's business model. And we needed to go back and we needed to look at what areas of revenue that we were generating that was generating the profit that could offset our fixed overhead costs to provide the buildings and the staffing and so forth. And so, you know, I believe they also indicated that we're going to need some level of funding in order to do that. And so in order to actually go in and do the deep dive that, you know, Chris mentioned about our revenue and our profitability, we're going to need some funding in order to do that. And quite frankly, if we see that there are things that are not making us money or not generating enough profit to cover those overhead costs, then we need to simply either A, get out, or B, make sure the city is understanding exactly what they're funding. So, Councillor Mancinelli, given you've been on council for 9 years, you'll recall the discussion around frost, right? Like that was one signature event that was extremely important to this city and extremely important to our community, but REAL has never generated a profit from it. And even if we break even, it didn't cover the costs of actually planning and programming that profit, or the cost of building the relationships for those sponsorships that actually, provided some funding towards those events. And so, we have a new board, to Jamie's point earlier at the beginning of the presentation. We're super excited about digging into actually determining what lines of business should we stay in and what lines of business should we get out. But we do need a little bit of time to do that, and unfortunately that may need a little bit of funding as well.
Mm-hmm.
Did I answer your question?
Totally, and I agree with you too. That was a pretty loaded answer, so we're both doing good today. Through the chair, and I guess just back to thinking of the purpose of REAL and its history, how it's generated its revenues over the years, and as well as the economy and the field of expertise it generates those revenues from. Having a pandemic close everything down, no sport and entertainment to sell seats or beverages for. Totally understand why I had to have your back through those years, and I hope I explained and understood well enough to do that. Also knowing right now that we're supposed to be setting a budget according to our economy and our expectations, and whether we should be pessimistic or optimistic. I know on a lot of fronts when it's materials we should be pessimistic, but knowing that this is a ever-expanding market after the pandemic shut everything down, we should be a little bit more optimistic, I would believe, in 2025 in regards to what you sell than we were in 2024. Showing the growth of the ask for the budget and what you need to do to be solvent. I can see that we're growing in that way, and I guess as part of that recovery, I just expect that business model to reflect that as well. At some point we have to have a little bit of belief in ourselves and a little bit of optimism. We're setting a budget. I do not want to see REAL crash and have a bankruptcy sale of pennies on the dollar. We've already established that later in the year, if there was a problem, we could recover. But that doesn't mean I want to collect what people should be saving for themselves out of their pocket ahead of time for what if. I would rather kind of be a little bit more fiscally responsible, put back the business case I talked about,
Councillor
and
Mancinelli,
react.
I just realized we're only doing questions right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got away with a lot then. I'm preaching. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. My apologies, I didn't notice sooner. Mayor Bashinsky, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Roberta, you made a comment about not really looking at events in 2025. Can you clarify, are we not looking at events in 2025 anymore? Are we only looking at 2026 now?
Oh, yes, through the chair. Thank you for asking that clarifying question. No, we're consistently looking at what additional events we can get in 2025. 100% guarantee that. In fact, we have 10 concerts that are currently confirmed. We've got another couple in the wings that will be announced shortly. So it's not like we're not looking at 2025. We want to make sure that we're hitting 100% utilization as best we can across all of our property or buildings. But my reference was more about, we are looking into 26, 27, 28, 29, because that's when you get some of those major trade shows and conferences that are actually looking for bids, and we're working very closely with Events Regina, which is Tourism Regina and the Regina Hotel Associations to support them on that.
Awesome. Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you for asking that.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Rasevich, please go ahead.
Through the chair, and again, I know you guys, you're all new too. You're just digging into all this. But a lot of the things I get from my constituents too is, the question is, narrowing the gap, between expenditures and revenue, and I know you just got here. It's just, I'm following up what Clark was talking about as well. Looking at, and how fast do you think we can move on doing those things in terms of expenditures, I know we said 18 months, but, some people can't wait 18 months. People want to know a little quicker, what kind of revenues are we generating? Where can we actually cut back in terms of, staff, and how many people are working at Real? Will that actually affect, the performance of what we have to do? I guess that's one question I have. I mean, do you guys have thoughts on that? Like, how quickly can we actually, I guess, it's kind of like me being here my first 3-4 months. When are we going to get some action?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. I think even stepping on as a board, you love that 30, 60, 90 days, where it's like, in 90 days, we're going to get some stuff done. But what we're realizing is it's not one thing. And so we need to investigate a multitude of things. It's going to be a combination of things that gets those expenses down and that revenue up. Yeah. It's not one silver bullet. And I think we're learning right now. And again, going out and looking at models, we can't just go to Saskatoon and look at how do they run, because that's a different model. And so when we talk about this facility being a unicorn, it is an actual unicorn. And we need to look at apples to apples and how we can create efficiencies and think outside the box and be really creative in the things that are happening. But that doesn't happen in the 90 days. And that's where I too am frustrated with that. I would love to have come here and said, we're reducing by $2 million because we're doing this one thing. That $2 million isn't going to come from one thing. It's going to come from a multitude of things. That the cash reserves, that whole component, we don't want, I'd love to not have that piece in there for you. I've talked to some of you counselors about that to say, like, we only are going to call on that if we need it. But the problem is that understanding how your budget works is that you need to have it set aside for us. But if things go well for Real, we won't be using that $4.8 million. But we need, it's that line of credit that we need to make sure that we can make payroll, that we have the money in the bank. Because the way that the business works is that it ebbs and flows with cash in the bank. And so that $4.8 million, we have to put in the budget, but we may never access it, or we may not access all of it. And I think that's important to note. And then we have some debt that we have to pay back. There's just nothing, you know, I mean, for our operating ask is really, all that being said, our operating ask is the only thing that we can reduce in this, because the rest of it has to happen.
So in terms of like the debt we have, so we have 3 term loans, I guess? So how big are those loans and when will they end?
Through the chair, I'm surprised I'm not surprised. I'm surprised I don't have an immediate answer for you, Councillor Rasevich, but I can share with you, I believe one loan is the FNB loan, which Real took out to support the Mosaic Stadium, I think comes due in May of 2026, so it's almost finished. The other 2, city administration might have that off the top of their head as well, because 7.3 million of it was issued to us in 2023 in response to cash flow and COVID and the pandemic, and then the other one of 3.4 million was issued in 2024.
Okay. And then, so one's ending and there'll be a couple
There'll be 2 more that'll straggle for a few years, yes.
for a few years. Okay. And I guess my other question too, how many people come through Real every year?
We estimate, through the chair, we estimate about 3.5 million visitors a year.
Imagine everybody paid an extra $1.
You know, through the chair, that's a great point,
just saying.
Councillor Rasevich, but you're absolutely right. You know, which is why we're looking at other initiatives or other revenue generating initiatives like user pay parking, increasing pricing. You know, Councillor Mancinelli made a couple of comments that, if you think about it, we've experienced since the pandemic almost 19% increase in inflation. And, you know, I can share with you, previous council, you know, anytime we tried to raise prices or anytime we wanted to recoup money on our food and beverage or, you know, our charge for additional room rates, we constantly are, I'm going to say it, battling other competitive rentals here in the city or getting bids for national conferences or trade shows, because they're going to cities that actually are, you know, do provide some level of funding to their convention centers or some level of funding to their arenas. And so we are doing our very, very best to become profitable, but it's going to Jamie's point, it's going to take us some time.
These are just, there's just tough questions, you know, these are kind of questions, you know, to be able to go back to I mean, people who are Regina or constituents and say, hey, you know, like you said, 3.5 million, you know, 3.5 million people come through.
Councillor Rasevich, do you have a question?
I'll leave it at that.
Sorry, just trying to keep the meeting moving.
Okay, all right.
There will be time still for comments after when administration comes. Okay, let's see. Councillor Radins, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you so much for being here today. So I'm trying to end off on a good note with my final comments and things, but as you already heard, that many of us on the doorstep have, you know, conversation with our residents, huge concerns about Real and taxes. We need to, you know, subsidize by increasing our taxes and to them, and that's a huge concern. I just want to make sure it's clear if it wasn't resoundingly at this point, and I know it is, around the table it is. So I'm going to touch on your report, your operating budget for 2025, and I like that you have the actuals for 2019, 2023, 24, 25. And so touching on how many employees do you currently have that are in scope and out of scope?
So we currently have about 600 staff, of which approximately 400 are in scope, 200 are out of scope, and of that, let me rephrase that, my apologies, through the chair. I'm getting, there's 51 that are out of scope. The balance of the 200 are in scope. And I can also share that of the 200 full-time employees that we have, About 70% of them are full-time frontline operational support staff. So a significant number of our staff are actually frontline people, either in, that are either in scope or providing supervisory levels. Of our out-of-scope staff level, which is about 59 staff, 73% of them are in a manager or an assistant manager role. Would also like to share through the chair, if I may, we have a manager, for example, of custodial or a manager of security that is responsible for anywhere from 100 to 200 casual staff on a property that operates 24/7, 365 days. So we have one manager. So we do our very, very best to try and keep our out-of-scope staff to the best, to be as efficient as possible, but it's the majority of our staff relate to full-time in-scope or part-time in-scope.
Okay, so I'll come back to that. I just want to do a comparison. You have 2019 where the in-scopes budget was $12,476, and in 2025 it is $8 million. So it's a reduction of $4 million, but equally on your out of scope.
Councillor,
Sorry, I'm
there's
sorry.
a question though?
Yeah, there
Okay,
is.
thank you.
So in 2019, there was a $6 million for your out of scope, and then in 2025, it's $9 million. So it's kind of gone the other way with your in scope, out of scope. So can you perhaps explain that?
Absolutely, through the chair. Great question, because numbers don't always share all of the background. But I just want to clarify, since 2019, there's been a couple of changes to our business. Since 2019, we've recognized or we've incurred an increase of inflation of 19%. We've increased the number of tenants on our property. So back in 2019, we didn't have the Havana Center open, for example. Didn't have YQR in place. In 2019, we also had two major events. So we had the NHL Outdoor Classic, and we also had Garth Brooks. We don't have major events for 2025. Food and beverage at that time was actually managed and was in-house at Real. In 2022, on May 1st, 2022, we outsourced that and entered into a 10-year contract with Compass Canada and Levy. And so when you compare 2019 to 2025, you're absolutely right. There's a shift in scope, there's a shift in out of scope, but you also have to include contracted labor in there as well. So you'll see in 2019 we had contracted labor at 2.3 million. It's now at 6.1 for 2025. A better comparison is to really look at 2024, because you've got Levy in there for a full year, you've got all of your tenants. In 2024 to 2025, we're actually showing that if you look at in-scope, out-of-scope, and contracted labor, we're relatively flat for total salaries and contracted labor. What we're doing is we're trying to shift more of that contracted labor into some of those vacancies and out-of-scope that we've never ever filled. And those vacancies bring in where we're going to start to be able to recognize some procurement savings through procurement management, some tenant management and contract management, as opposed to always relying on those, high-priced contractors.
Okay, so thank you for that. And just pointing out that there is a $2 million difference for both years, 2024 and 2025, between your in-scope labor and your out-of-scope. And so I think that perhaps, seeing a reduction in staffing between 2019 and 2024, I think that maybe we need to start looking at the top a little bit. I'm just putting that out there.
For sure.
You decide how you want to, roll with that, but that's something that we need to consider as well.
Yeah.
And looking at all of those, certainly I am for sure. Anyways, and so on my my last point
Is it a question?
So, yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for the video. The video is amazing that you guys put out there. And, it touched on quite a few things that matters to our community: home, tradition, future community. And so can you speak to that in terms of what kind of results, like, our tracks the result of the video? Is there some way that you folks are able to do that? I mean, social media can certainly track that kind of information on your insights.
Yeah, through the chair, great question, and would be more than happy to share the results with all of council. We've just released that, so we will have a month-end report for the end of February and then also for the end of March to see the traction that we've got. But we felt it was important for us to get to start looking at our brand and repositioning Real to show that we are home and we do carry on a tradition and we're part of the community. More than happy to share it though at the end of the month.
Okay, thanks so much. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see further questions. I do have at least one of my own. Okay, so I've heard clearly from my residents that they cannot afford, some folks, like they cannot afford the overall tax increase that is being requested. And some of these are some of our most marginalized folks in the city. So my question for you, I understand, I believe that you did your best, your due diligence to come up with what you consider to be reasonable and also not have to come back to us. If I'm saying I need you folks to reduce your budget ask, in that scenario, would you be willing to come, like, to give me some direction on what would be some options that you would prefer in reducing your budget ask? Because alternately, this is something that we could come up with on the floor of council during budget deliberations, but I think you folks might be better suited to provide that direction. Would you be able to give us some options of reductions that you would recommend to your budget ask?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. We went through this last year, if you recall, so we brought forward an original budget and we came back to council at the end or middle of December, so absolutely, we'd be more than happy to come back with some options and some alternatives, obviously highlighting the opportunities and the risks around that, but would definitely be willing to do that, and because we recognize this is a significant ask, and we recognize that it's our community needs us to go back and potentially do something different.
And to be clear, what I heard you say is one of the risks would be, if with a reduction, that you may need to come back to us. Like, you were operating under the assumption of that we don't want you to come back to us. And so one of the risks with you doing that will be you might have to come back to us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely, 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I see no further questions, so I'll thank you for presenting to us today and ask you to return to the gallery. We will now consider EX 25-20, 2025 budget submission, Regina Exhibition Association Limited. And I will ask City Manager Nikki Anderson, yes, to introduce the report, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. The City of Regina works with service partners. You've heard from the Regina Exhibition Association Limited today detailing the 2025 budget request. The deliberation and approval of the grant request is undertaken as part of Council's consideration and approval of the overall general fund operating budget. As a result, once discussed at the Executive Committee, the budget submission is referred to the 2025 budget process for future budget deliberation. As part of its grant funding request, REAL is requesting funding of 12.7 million-ish for 2025, representing a net increase of over 7 million compared to 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli. So you'll have the opportunity to speak first, but I do want to clarify because I did get some, I heard some confusion from community members in relation to this last, when we had our other budget submissions. So as noted, this is simply to refer the request to budget deliberations. This is different than regularly when executive committee recommends something to city council. That's not what we're doing here. We're just referring the decision to budget deliberations, because I did hear some confusion from the community about that. So Councillor Mancinelli, I'll pass it to you to open up with any questions or comments to administration.
Well, I feel like I'm cheating because I got a whole bunch of comments in already, but I'll just reaffirm them for a second. I appreciate the information brought forward by the Real Board. I totally take their analysis to heart and agree with it. I appreciate the optimism they presented. I understand the pessimistic nature in which the budget was presented coming off the last 5 years of business lines. But I'd just like to reaffirm that commercial viability I'm looking for. I'd like to put it back towards Real itself to earn through this. Also have their backs. If it's not obtainable, I'm not interested in trying to prove we can bankrupt an entity. A lot to work through after the last 5 years. We want to be cooperative. But at the same time, I'm also not interested in collecting taxes off people ahead of time when there's potential to earn the money instead. So that's kind of the position and the frame I'm looking at it to going into this budget, and just share my comments and thank you for all the work you put forth.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing if anybody else wishes to speak. While we see if there's anyone further, I do have a question. So, my position that I stated to Real is that I wanted them to come back with an alternate options. One of the risks that they highlighted is they may need to come back to us to request additional funding in that scenario. My question for administration is, if that occurred, how would we consider, like what area would those requests be considered from? Like what budget line? How would we manage those requests outside of a budget cycle? Ms. Anderson?
Through the chair, it would be impossible for me to answer that question right now because we don't even have a 2025 budget yet. I would say that, you know, I think I had 2 out of 3 years where Real did come halfway through the year needing more money, and we gave council options at the time, but it would be impossible for me to even speculate on that right now.
Just in terms of a reminder of how that worked in the past, was that from the general fund reserve? Is that what we ultimately took that money from? Do you recall?
Through the chair, I think part of it came general fund, and part of it came through the fleet reserve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, those, I don't have further questions, but there is questions from Councillor Flores. Questions or comments at this point? Thank you.
It's just, I'm not sure who it would be, but it's more of a clarification thing based on what you said in terms of what we're doing right now, voting to refer this to, just, I guess, a process question, like what, if we say no, we don't vote no to refer, what happens? Like what is the...
Take that? We're not, I don't think, we're not voting to refer, I mean,
I'm just trying to get clarity on the process of what are we voting for right now.
Sure.
Yes. Typically, referral motions aren't debatable, but because these are the major partners' budgets, coming to executive committee provides members with the opportunity to hear a presentation, ask admin if there's any implications to the overall budget, and then the referral is simply a procedural matter that this now all gets considered in the collective aggregate the week of March 17th.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Beazo, please go ahead.
So, through the chair, so chief clerk, so for clarification, if somebody says no to this, Real would have an opportunity to rejig their presentation and their budget to come back to us?
Thank you. With respect, what is required, Councillor, is simply to procedurally move this forward to discussions the week of the 17th. During the budget deliberations, that's when members of council will be able to make amendments, to put forward amendments on everything in the budget. The operating and capital from the general fund reserve, the utilities, and the Regina Police Service. So that is the time to make any amendments or direct Real or any other entity to come forward with something or to recommend a reduction in the mill rate, whatever. So again, respectfully, procedurally, you're just moving this forward so that the entire budget requests from all parties can be discussed the week of the 17th.
If it helps Councillor Vizo, like they did commit to sending some, I mean, we have the ability during budget deliberations to approve whatever we want, but they did commit to sending us some additional options for consideration regardless of the outcome of this vote. The floor is still yours if you wish. And to be clear, it's questions or comments as you wish at this point, because we're now speaking with administration.
No, it's, it's just, I'm going to say, there's a lot of information that's been passed along, a lot of information that's being digested, a lot of asks for option A, B, and C that were not presented, or alternatives to the budget and the presentation which were not presented, which puts us in a situation down the road to say, here's what we need to do and have a long deliberation about it versus doing it up front like we should be doing it right now.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Vizo. Okay, I do see questions from Councillor Siklees.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe this will be directed to the clerk for just one more time. For the people watching at home and those who have sent a vast amount of emails and sent me messages about thinking that we've approved all these asks that have come so far. It seems odd to the people watching that we are voting to move something forward, that we're not actually voting to approve the numbers that were given to us until the week of the 17th. Can you just reconfirm that this is a procedural matter for the people who are watching at home?
Yes, so thank you, Councillor Siklees. For members of the public who are watching at home, for the media, etc., everything that has come from the service partners is being referred to the large aggregate budget discussions that will be held the week of March 17th. Because one of the most important things you have to keep in mind is, one, the police budget as approved by the Board of Police Commissioners was brought forward to Council in December and forwarded to March 17th. And the City Manager has not yet released the proposed administration's budget. That will be released, as has been made public, on Tuesday, March 4th. So that's the other big piece that's missing. So that's why everything is just essentially being rolled forward now after having a discussion here at Executive Committee for the fulsome discussion with the complete information and complete implications known. And then it is up for you as council, again after hearing delegations in the week of March 17th, to move forward any amendments, any budget changes, any mill rate requests, etc. So there's nothing final now. Everything gets discussed in its entirety the week of the 17th.
And it's my understanding that this is the first time ever that we're spending 5 full days on budget. Is that true?
We have scheduled the entire week, Councillor. In the past, it's typically been 3 days, sometimes 3 days and an hour or so.
Yeah.
For anybody who was watching last year, I think as we got to the end of the 3 days, it was abruptly ended. So, but this is an opportunity to do a couple of things. I will be outlining a process for members of council to give them some guidelines in terms of how the system works, because there are 9 of you who are new. And we also want to make sure that we're providing the public with what I'm going to say is an enhanced understanding of the processes when they're watching this. So if it takes 5 days, that is completely within your prerogative. If it takes 8 days, that lies with you as well, depending on the veracity of the discussion. So.
All right. Super, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sickles. I see nobody further. However, I know. I had 2 people remind me, Councillor Mancinelli, that you get to close debate if you wish, but I actually remembered on my own. Do you wish to close debate? No.
Say.
No? Okay. So we will call the vote once again on referring this to budget deliberations. That's all we're doing here with this vote.
Deputy Mayor, the vote is indicating it's 10 in favor, 1 abstention. Just need to clarify, Council Bezo, there are no abstentions here. If you're voting abstention, it is considered to be a no vote. That's based on our procedure bylaw.
Okay.
So what would you like it to register?
A no vote.
Okay. It's 10-1 with all members present voting in favor, with the exception of Councillor Bezo.
Okay. Yeah, just for the sake of clarity, although we have technically the option to abstain, it does count as a no anytime we abstain from anything. Okay, if you'll just give me a moment, I have to figure out where we are in the agenda now. So we will now consider item EX 25-17, recycling stewardship program changes. And just so folks are aware, the next break is scheduled for 2:45, so that's 10 minutes from now. We'll start with this report and see whether or not we finish. Again, Ms. Anderson, I have you introducing the report. Please go ahead.
Through the chair. This report before you is to discuss upcoming changes to the city's recycling service. Administration is seeking approval to pursue the community-led program model, where the existing collection contract would remain the responsibility of the city and be paid for by Saskatchewan Recycles. As administration's current processing contract ends in June, it is important to transition to the new model on June 1st, 2025. And to achieve this, the city must have all documents signed and submitted by April 1st, 2025. Failure to achieve council's decision in advance of this April deadline will result in cost increases associated with obtaining processing services after June. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Can I have someone move this report? Anyone wish to move the report? Councillor Flores, great. Did you have questions on the report? Just one sec, I got to turn your mic on. Go ahead.
I do. I was not quite ready. Just give me a moment. All right. Okay. So just a few questions to the report. Has administration considered the disproportionate impact of fines on low-income households
could a flat fine represent a significantly larger burden for some residents than others? And what alternatives to monetary fine have been considered in terms of community service, mandatory training, that type of thing?
Looks like that one's for Mr. Downey. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, thanks for that question. And so issuing fines for contamination in carts is the absolute last resort that we would do. We obviously have a very robust public education campaign that will be even more distributed with the changes with recycling in the future. And then, like I say, the last resort would be fines. I will just highlight that we do have a waste utility rebate that's in place now for low-income households, and that is not related to the report directly, but just a bit of information for your question.
All right, and then to your comment on education, could you elaborate a little bit of how would the city ensure that information about changes is accessible to all residents, including those with language barriers, visual impairments, or limited internet access? And will materials be available in multiple languages and in different ways of access?
Through the chair, I'll start, and then I'm going to ask the team to elaborate a little bit. And what we found with particularly waste diversion is that images are really, really important. So when we're trying to explain different plastics and numbers on plastics and things like that, you can understand it if you really focus on it, but if you see a picture, that's really worth 1,000 words. So that'll be the main way that we communicate going forward to all different languages, of course, is to have pictures available. And I'll just ask Ms. Kleem if she can elaborate, and then perhaps Ms. Ayre can give some more information on what that campaign looks like.
Ms. Kleem, please go ahead.
So thank you through the chair. So we use multiple tactics when we're looking at education, and so that is through use of both paid and social media type advertising, etc. And so we're able to target different demographics and use different messaging, but primarily the best approach that we've found to reaching those with different language backgrounds is to really focus on the imagery. But we'll always be working closely with our communications team to look for opportunities and ways to excel, especially if we notice through our research that if we're finding certain demographics are having more trouble understanding it, to be able to customize our messaging for them.
Great. And just one last question. It's a separate kind of topic in the report. How is contamination defined and measured by SK Recyclables? Is it by weight, volume, or is it by item count? And will we have access to that data, audit data, and methodology to ensure transparency and fairness?
Who should I give that to? Okay, Mr. Downey, please go ahead.
Through the chair. So some of that information is still being worked out, obviously, with SAS Recycles, but it'll be measured by weight. That's the primary way that we measure contamination. I'll just ask Ms. Ayre if she has any more information on logistics and data sharing, or if that's been determined yet.
Thank you, through the chair. We don't have the full details on they just shared with us the audit protocols and how that would be used in the sharing, so we don't, once we go through that, we'll know more about that.
Yes, thanks so much. That's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Okay, next is Councillor Mancinelli. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. In the report identifies that this change would save the city $1.6 million overall in its costs per year. What are the total costs that saving $1.6 million from? What are our gross costs?
Mr. Downey, please go ahead.
Through the chair, so what we're recommending is the community-led program, and so the city won't be responsible for processing any of the recycling, and the processing cost is about the $1.6 million. And so what we will be responsible for is for the collection, the education, and supporting customer service of the recycling, and that's a cost recovery, so that won't change. It's just the processing costs we're not going to be responsible for.
Okay, so it's not like we have $5 million invested, we're saving 1.6, and we still have another 3.4 out there. It's just $1.6 million off the table. We can continue to collect almost $50 a household, and then we're still the middleman picking up the recyclable materials.
Through the chair, that's a good summary.
Okay. Through the chair, with that, I think that this would be considered an environmental change by the province to try to get better handling over recycled materials, a little bit more efficiency with handling of waste products. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's the general theme, and this is a really good news story for the province of Saskatchewan, where they are looking to standardize what is recycled in the province, and so that will likely reduce contamination, but also provide more opportunities for end markets for recyclable material.
How much would it affect our operations to handle hand this portion of collections over to the authority who's looking after every other portion for the rest of the province?
Through the chair, so we currently have a contract for collection for recycling and for food and yard waste, and so if we were to go with the other option in here, we would end the contract for the recycling portion, and the SAS Recycles would be responsible for that. We would expect the cost to increase a little bit for the food and yard waste because it's a combined contract right now, and we've set those contracts up to be as efficient as possible right now. So we'd expect some inefficiencies or increased costs in the food and yard waste collection.
I've always appreciated the job the city's done in collecting. I know it's been a hard file to get forward. People are resistant to change, especially when it's come to recycling over the years. But with that, I have a fear that by maintaining us as the middlemen in this program, we might stop the province from having greater effect and efficiency for greater environmental responsibility it's trying to achieve. Do you have any fears of that?
Through the chair, we've thought about this as far as which is the best option for the city, and obviously we're recommending the community-led one. Primarily, there's a few different reasons. We think it's really, really important to maintain the cart collection schedule and to make sure that there's not multiple carts out in the street at the same time. So if we go with the program-led option, or where SAS Recycle is responsible for collection, we can't control what day your recycling is picked up. We'd only be able to control what day your garbage or your food and yard waste is picked up. And what we don't want is two carts to be on the street at the same time. One, from a densification perspective, that can be really challenging to manage operationally, but also from a communication perspective for residents to figure out when they should be putting out which cart. And so to reduce contamination, we found it's really important to have consistent service throughout the time, and so we think we can achieve that with the community-led option that we're recommending.
The contamination that stops us from reusing these materials is a big part of the waste that we're trying to stop. Them trying to get better hold of contamination and us being a middleman. The only thing they have towards us to have enforcement is a fine. We've lacked teeth in this in the past. If they're trying to get traction, do we stand in their way for that traction by being that middleman?
Yeah, through the chair, great question. We don't, based on what we know now, we don't think contamination will be higher or lower depending on who's responsible for it, whether it's SAS Recycles or the city. We think it's important for the education to come from the city. It'll be added by SAS Recycles because they'll be doing education as also, but we don't see contamination changing whether it's being led by the city or being led by SAS Recycles.
Thank you. Appreciate the answers.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Next, I have Councillor Burton. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, just one note here. It says glass will no longer be accepted. Is there just simply not enough glass in the system now? Plastic's taken over, or too hard to handle, or some other issue?
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Aird to get a bit of information on glass and some history, but just want to be clear that regardless of what choice council makes, exec committee makes today, glass won't be accepted because that's what is allowed in the blue cards will be set by SAS Recycles, whether it's program-led or community-led. But I'll just ask Ms. Aird to get a bit more details on glass.
Ms. Aird?
Through you, the chair. Glass has been accepted in the Blue Cart program since the inception of the program. However, glass is a difficult to collect product in the curbside cart because it gets mixed in with everything else, gets dumped into the truck and then taken to the facility. The potential for breakage is high, and when it breaks, the smaller pieces are just fines that end up like processed out into the fines bunker, which is garbage, and it ends up being garbage. The city started, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Derek, but in 2019 with Sarcan, and we supported the glass refund program with them, not a refund, but a glass return program. So you could take your glass back to Sarcan to ensure that it would be recycled because it's dropped off and it's source separated. Any source separated items are much easier to recycle, and so we've supported that program up until December of last year, and then SAS Recycles has taken that program over, so people will still have an option to recycle their glass by taking it to Sarcan, especially if you take your deposit refund bottles there. You can take that with you, as well as taking plastic bags and foam packaging, which are two larger contaminants. And one of the things we ask SAS Recycles for is with the low contamination thresholds that they take out of the stream some of the most confusing items, which is what they did by addressing taking the plastics and the foam packaging as well. So,
Thank you.
I'm glad it helps.
Great, thank you. Okay, Councillor Rasevich, please go ahead.
Okay, through the chair, just, I guess just some clarification. So if we go community, we'll save 1.6 million, right?
Apologies, is that Mr. Downey? Go ahead.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, and if we went program-led?
Through the chair. So let me back up a little bit. If we go community-led, we will not do the processing, which is 1.6 million.
Right.
If we go program-led, we will not do the processing or the pickup. However, we would not receive the funding that SAS Recycles would currently gives us, which is the $49.75 a household. So regardless of which option council chooses, we expect it to be cost recovery. Either we're going to continue to do the recycling pickup and we'll get a rebate for that from SAS Recycles, or we won't do anything and we'll have no expenses.
Okay, because like you said, with the community, we'll get the $49.75, which covers the cost of collection, cart maintenance and public education. But if we go program-led, we won't get the $49.75. So we don't have that obligation, I guess, so to speak.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Right. Okay. So, okay, that's that question answered. Because then we have, could have the responsibility of, paying the contamination rates, right? So that could be an issue. Okay. I think that's it. Yeah, okay, that's it for now. I might have another question, I just got to think about it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. And if you do,
Yeah.
you will have the opportunities to speak
Yeah.
again. Okay, Councillor Seekles, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Curtis, this $49.75 funding we're getting per household, is that a contract, a long-term number, or does it change over time?
Through the chair, so that is what we have received from, the name used to be MMSW, Multi-Material Stewardship something. Now it's called SAS Recycles, and so that is a contract, and they review it every 2 to 3 years. Their objective, and now going forward, is to be 100%, pay 100% of the cost of recycling. So it'll be reviewed regularly by them, but they tell us how much they're going to provide. We don't have any ability to increase or decrease that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I will come back to you in a moment. Okay. I have some questions as well. So, as has been mentioned already, so that regardless of which model, we will no longer be able to accept glass in the blue cards. Under the SAS Recycle model, will our city be able to accept more or fewer items in curbside recycling?
Through the chair, just so I can make sure I'm answering the question, through the new stewardship program, you're wondering if we'll be having more or less material in the blue cart?
Yeah, I understand that, like it's,
Okay, yeah.
regardless of which option, we're going to have to follow it anyway, but I'm wanting to know if we will be able to accept more as a city or fewer.
Sure. I'll ask Ms. Ayer just to kind of walk at a high level of maybe the changes that we're going to see of what's allowed in the blue cards, and then you can have further questions if required.
Oh, sorry. That's me. Go ahead, please.
Thanks for the question, through your chair. So glass won't be accepted, but the other changes that are being made are like coffee cups will be accepted. There's a number of other items like plastic hangers, disposable hangers, tape dispensers, like your dental floss containers. So there is a number of things, and some of the plastic cups, like cold drink cups and plates as well, will be accepted, and gift boxes. There's a long list, and it's in appendix. The waste management like details all the changes, but we'll also have that all published and communications out to the residents. But it's good news because there's a number of new things that are going into the program.
I did see the changes in the appendix, but I don't think it was quite as clear as what you're saying. Like, I think it had more categories of changes to the bylaw. So, I mean, as you noted, there'll be more clear education efforts moving forward.
Yes, the list in there is probably more technical in the bylaw, and it'll be more common terms when we publicly communicate it.
Okay, and so the option that's recommended by city administration, option 1, can you just clarify what changes that we would predict with option 1 to the city's waste user fee model? Like, do we have, I don't know if we have final details about what that would look like, or not yet? And is that for you, Mr. Doney? Go ahead, please.
Through the chair, yeah, so through option 1, which we're recommending, we are expected to have a reduction in cost for recycling services. And so we don't have those final numbers yet. We're going to bring that forward in 26-27 budget. And so we also have a few other changes that are going on within our food and yard within our waste user fee. And so that's the food and yard waste processing is out for contract right now, and the Big Blue Bin contract is out right now. So once those all are finalized, we'll have those numbers in the 26-27 budget.
Okay, in the 2026 budget, okay. Now, I just wanted some clarity on talking about the advantages of option 1. The last one says ability to transition into a program-led collection model at any time in the future. Okay, I think I might understand. They're saying, like, what you're meaning there is, should we decide that option 1 is not working for us and wish to instead pursue the option 2, that we would be able to do that at any time? Is that what's meant by that advantage?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to note, I guess first to note that personally I'm really excited about this change. To see recycling standardized across the entire province is going to be extremely helpful for residents when they're traveling or if they move from one community to another. And noting that our recycling currently contributes 9% to our waste diversion efforts. Is that correct? Like, so because of our curbside recycling program, we have 9% less waste in our community as a result. Is that accurate? Is that how I'm to understand that?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah. So I think that with these changes, we will see some significant improvements in our recycling efforts and our waste diversion. And I know, like, since I've been elected, we have been very focused on education. And so I think that, I know that we will continue to have that as our primary focus. Unfortunately, there are some community members who will need the threat of a fine in order to take waste diversion seriously. I think it's an important step that needs to be part of the options that we have to ensure that everyone is diverting waste appropriately, and I support that. One final piece for me is, so, you know, part of these changes across the province is that there's new materials that are accepted and collected through
Sarcan? Like, I guess for my clarity, is Sarcan being rebranded to SAS Recycle? Is that the new name for Sarcan, or is Sarcan still to exist as a separate entity?
Through the chair, I believe it's a separate entity.
Okay.
And I don't think that there's a rebranding of Sarcan that I'm aware of.
Okay, so we now have the ability across the province to collect new kinds of recyclable materials that we weren't previously able to recycle and bring it into a Sarcan depot. So can the city provide feedback through this program that while that's an important step, I don't actually think that's sufficient. I am working on incorporating this into my own household, but I think you have to be pretty passionate about waste diversion, which I am, to start learning about what are these new materials that can now all be collected and brought in individually by residents to Sarcan. So I think it's, while a positive step, insufficient. So I'd like the city to please pass that on through further engagement in relation to these program changes.
Through the chair, absolutely. So we've got we're developing a partnership with SAS Recycles and continue to provide them feedback on how things can be improved in the future.
Great. Okay, well, thanks so much for your work. I'm really excited about this. That is actually how I feel about waste diversion. So I will pass it on to Councillor Vasevich.
Yeah. Through the chair, just kind of going back, I guess like Sask Recycles, gives back $49.75 per house. So I can't remember what I get charged, say, on my water bill. So there's that charge on our water bill, plus we're getting $49.75 from the province. So I'm just wondering the total cost of all this recycling. Can you kind of clarify that for me?
Through the chair, absolutely. So we've got a financial model for our curbside waste services. Council approved that in January 1st of 2024. And if you've got a 240-liter garbage cart, you pay $193.45 a year. And within that cost, we've already accounted for the money coming back from SAS Recycles. So that's the amount. And if you've got a larger cart at 360 liters, you pay $284.70 per year.
But that's with the brown bin, right?
Through the chair, yes, those costs are for the brown bin, the blue bin, and the green bin. So it's one charge. You see it monthly on your bill.
Okay, I got you. Okay. So, and I know I guess the one reason why you're thinking stick with the community one is because...
Sorry, Councillor Rasevich, I realize this is my fault, that I said we would take a break at 2:45. It is now 3 o'clock.
Okay.
And you have the floor, and then Councillor Flores does as well. Should we go ahead and break for 15 minutes, folks? Because I've already kept us longer than I should have.
Sure.
Okay. And then you will have the floor afterwards.
Yeah, just a quick question.
Okay, my apologies. Thank you. If folks can please find their seats, we're going to get started again. I'll call the meeting back to order. Okay, and where we left off was with Councillor Rasevich. So I believe I'll turn your mic on right away, and then Mr. Doney, I believe we're in the middle of you asking your questions. Please go ahead.
Oh. Through the chair, I guess my question was, if we decide to go with community, I guess the recycling, we're on the hook for contamination rates, and so that could be a cost. But if we go the program-led version, I guess the other side would be that the cost for carts being picked up could go up, I guess, for citizens in the city. So I think those are the only two variables, I think, between the two programs, in terms of cost, really. So I guess I'm just trying to weigh, my question is just kind of weigh those two out, whether, one could exceed the other, I suppose.
Yeah. Through the chair, thanks for that question, and that's exactly what we did when we brought this recommendation forward, was to look at the different options and see what the risk is of each. And we understand there's a risk to pay for contamination, but we don't believe that's SAS Recycle's first option. They want to recycle just like we want to recycle, just like residents want to recycle. So contractually, they do have the ability to charge us for contamination, but we think that would be one of their last steps after we've done everything together to reduce that contamination.
Right. But we've never hit 6%.
Through the chair, that is correct. So in the report, we talk about an 8% is our best monthly average and a 12% on a yearly basis. However, that is lower than other municipalities across Saskatchewan. Right. So this is a provincial program, and we wouldn't think SAS Recycle would be looking to penalize everyone across the province. Okay. Instead, they look to put more resources into education to reduce that contamination across the province.
And I guess, like I was reading here, in the fifth year, it could cost, I guess the contamination rate could be $600,000. That was a number that I read in the report.
Through the chair, yeah, that is correct. We want to be very transparent that the contamination cost would start at around $120,000 and escalate up to a maximum of $600,000 per year. Right. To put that into context, we expect to get around $3.3 million from that $49.75 per household, and so that's the amount of revenue we would get by doing community-led program.
Okay. Because the other flip side would be that, I guess it's just the only number would be that if we only have 2 carts moving with Loris versus 3, our cost could go up with the carts. Would it be in that, what could that be?
Through the chair, we haven't entered into any negotiations with Loris to see what those cost increases would be, because that's not our recommendation right now. The other thing to keep in mind is that we would lose control of the cart collection schedule, which is probably more impactful, I think, than the financial impacts, because if you've got multiple carts out on the same day, either logistically you can't pick them up because they're too close to each other, or residents may have some confusion and start putting even more material in the wrong cart.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. I don't see anyone further. Councillor Flores, let me just make sure. Okay, you get the ability to close, so I will pass it on to you. Please go ahead.
I just have a couple questions before that. In terms of like the fines that we've kind of seen through them, because you mentioned it's a last resort for folks, but for those that have been fined in the past, what is the compliance rate of that fine, of those fines, as well as how does that use? How are those fines used?
Through the chair, we have not issued fines for contamination. Okay. This would be a new authority given to administration. So yeah, we don't have any data on that.
Okay, all right. All right, so I guess for me, I'm really excited about this as well. I think it's really important for us to move forward in the way that we produce waste and recycle, and how that is diverted in different ways, so we don't have a landfill that is, diminishing in life because we're not doing these things well. So this is very exciting. For the success of this program, to have a really well thought out education program, and I know our teams are really great and they're doing a great work already with some of what we're already doing. And you mentioned in the ways that we do that, we rely on pictures. I would encourage us, given that the diversity of our community, to think about translating a lot of these items, because recycling and the whole process is different across the world. So sometimes a graphic may not be sufficient to have really great engagement. So that would be a comment for me to look at. If we want to reduce our contamination rates and we want to reduce the engagement and the way that people are recycling, to really make the best of this, which I'm really excited about, I would highly encourage us to look into those not only translated resources, but more, usually not be engaged through regular methods, whether it's social media or print or just, the average person's access to information. But overall, very excited about this, looking forward to seeing the data that will come out of this in the next few years, and, looking at how this will divert more waste and have it better managed. So great job with this.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Unfortunately, you can't because she already closed debate. So, sorry. Okay, so we will call the vote, but this is coming to council next week, yes? So you will have another opportunity to ask questions then. Okay, so we will now ask the clerk to start the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We are now going to consider EX 25-19, boundary alteration, 2025 property tax exemptions. Again, I'm going to ask Ms. Anderson to introduce that report.
Through the chair, under the Cities Act, only council has the authority to approve property tax exemptions. We're here to request approval for the 2025 property tax exemptions relating property tax mitigation for the boundary alterations. When the City of Regina boundary alteration occurred, City Council approved tax mitigation tools for the properties affected by the boundary alteration, committing to providing these properties with tax exemptions for a period before they moved to full City of Regina tax rates. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Bizo, you can start first with your questions, and then you'll have the opportunity to close as well.
Well, I'm good. I'll smooth.
Okay. For now.
Yep.
We'll come back to you after. Okay, so looking for, indicate if you wish to speak. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. I do have some questions myself. I understand that I guess what I'm looking for and understand for, we're looking at approving these for only 2025, is that accurate, with this report? Mr. Anderson, go ahead, please.
Yes, thanks. Through the chair, that is correct. We have to come back every year, although I believe this is the second year of a 5-year term.
And so what I wasn't clear from the report is, like, you go to the decision history, there's multiple points where decisions have been made. And so Like this, and this whole process started in 2014, right? So is there, and I believe like we have contemplated a property tax mitigation until 2028. Was that this date of 2028, has that essentially, folks are expecting this till 2028? Like, is this what we have told them, that like conditional upon council approval every year, you will continue to get tax exemptions till 2028? And it's just a formality, the approval, to follow through on a commitment that we already made?
Through the chair, yes, that's my understanding. Obviously, through council, we would have provided that we extended it for another 5 years last year. And so those property owners would probably be under the impression that it was going to continue until 2028.
Okay. There is a part of the report that says that, and I just want to clarify this, financial impact, the estimated foregone 2025 revenue, it says $321, which would be amazing. But then later on in the report, it says 321,000 number. Is that right?
Correct. So it was a typo.
Okay.
Apologies.
And so so you're asking, so the commitment was made, pending council approval, this will continue to 2028. Each year, you will need to come back and reaffirm our commitment to that. Is that correct? Until
Through the chair, yes, correct. And part of that is that if some of those lands actually come online, so if they start being used for the new neighborhood, et cetera, then those properties specific will fall off this list every year. So, if we move ahead on an area and a land developer starts doing it, then it becomes active. And so the tax abatement would then fall off at that point. It's only, so we just reconfirm every year what areas are expected to not be used in land development.
That's all I have, and I don't see anyone further. This is your last chance, because I will see if Councillor Bizo wants to close debate shortly. Okay, Councillor Bizo, do you wish to close debate?
I wish to close debate.
Okay, so you're okay, you have nothing further? Okay, thank you. So I'll ask the clerks to call the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay. Road renewal. And this is 1 second, please. Okay, so we're on to our last public agenda item, which is going to be AX 25-18. It's the big one, the 2024 Road Renewal Program Update. And again, I'll ask Ms. Anderson to introduce the report.
Through the chair, this is an annual information report that administration submits to the Executive Committee on the investment and results of the 2 primary capital programs used to maintain the condition of our road network at an acceptable level of service. This year's report on the residential road renewal program and the street infrastructure renewal program speak to the city's ability to meet the target levels of service at the current level of investment in the near and long term. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Anderson. Okay, I am going to ask for someone to move the report. You can indicate you wish to speak or raise your hand. Okay, Councillor Turnbull, I saw you first. So do you wish to speak? No. Nope. Okay. Okay, first I see Councillor Flores. Please go ahead.
Sure. The report mentions improvement to pedestrian accessibility. How does the prioritization process for these improvements explicitly address equity concerns? Are areas with higher concentrations of vulnerable populations, such as seniors or people with disabilities or low-income residents or racialized communities, given any additional weight in the prioritization process? And if so, how is this additional weight qualified or applied?
Okay, who would like to take that request? Okay, 1 second, please. Let's figure out. Okay, sorry. Sorry, just give me 1 sec. Okay, Mr. Queen, please go ahead.
Thanks. Through the chair, I'm going to start, and then I'll probably pass off to some of my colleagues here. So through this program, what we meant when we talked about accessibility was the road condition, the road condition primarily drives the locations that we go to, but when we are in these locations, we ensure that we're upgrading the sidewalks to meet our accessibility standards. We do have other programs that are separate from these two funding sources or two program sources, one of them being pedestrian connectivity. That is focused largely on getting access to transit locations where there isn't access today. But I'll pass to Mr. Hagan and see if he has anything additional to add.
Yeah, through the chair. I guess as well, sidewalk distresses, as we collect that information, we are prioritizing those as well, those repairs as a, on a systematic way. There are different classifications of roads or sidewalks, some that are near public gathering places, malls, senior centers, hospitals. Those are receive a higher priority rating when we are coming back to repair those trip hazards, distresses.
And do we consider the presence of social housing or supported living facilities when prioritizing the accessibility of upgrades?
Through the chair, not currently, other than seniors housing with more than, there's a certain number of residents within that dwelling that would move that sidewalk section to that higher classification.
Right. Thank you. That's it for now. I may have a couple more questions after that.
Okay. Thank you. Next, I see Councillor Burton. Please go ahead.
So I didn't quite catch the one part there. Are sidewalk reconstructions considered part of the roadway? Whenever we're doing any work, do you assess it as part of it? It's an option. What happens with the sidewalk part of the street?
Where should I direct that? Okay, I think I said your name incorrectly. Say Queen? Okay, please tell me help me out, please.
It's Sagan.
Say again?
Yeah.
Okay. I was confused earlier because I wanted to call you by a different last name, but we're good.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Through the chair, when we look at both roadway condition and sidewalk condition, and that's what helps give the condition rating for each location. So those are both considered. When we pick a location for treatment, we go in and again, we look at both the roadway and the sidewalk. The condition, depending on what condition those are in, it can change or affect what treatment actually gets done.
Okay. So through the chair, some areas have endemic sidewalk cracking parallel with the street. As we're doing this work, is there some fundamental flaws? Is it simply our gumbo soil? Are we missing rebar? It is truly endemic in some areas. And I can actually relate the sidewalk in front of my house, which one neighbor I don't know how we got the city to do it, but it was actually replaced between our two, and then promptly cracked. Again, that we've got brand new sidewalk as compared to the rest of the street, and then it cracked parallel to the street.
Through the chair, again, I will start and then potentially again ask Mr. Warren to help. We either will do repairs through what we call our maintenance repairs, which Mr. Hagan talked about earlier, or through this program. Chris can talk, or Mr. Warren can talk about the construction techniques and what we do consider when constructing.
Through the chair. So I guess to the question, yeah, I mean, one of the contributing factors to this region is that we are situated upon some clay soils. As well, we have very extreme weather conditions, hot and cold, so we do experience a lot of freeze and thaw conditions. And with those clay soils and those freeze and thaw conditions, that does definitely create challenges with our concrete and pavement structures. That said, you know, we do use industry standards and industry practices, and we follow our design standards when installing the infrastructure, as well as when we're getting our contractors or new developments installations. So, but that said, we are looking at those updating those design standards for in future and bringing those into alignment with what we're experiencing in Regina. So that's kind of on the construction side. When it comes to the maintenance aspect, which is separate from the overall road renewal capital programs, we've got a concrete distress program where our teams go out and inspect all the sidewalks every year and give them essentially each distress a rating. And then based on the rating, we're resourced to go out and basically do the worst of the worst. So we'll prioritize the worst cracks or deficiencies and systematically repair those in any given neighborhood. So that's typically what we do with our maintenance programs.
And through the chair, one year there was a guy who came along with an angle grinder to grind between these two sections of parallel sections. Do we still do that? Is that a standard procedure? Because it's quite a large gap, it's quite a big offset. And like I said, the section in front of my house was ripped out and entirely brand new, and then promptly cracked. So it's very disturbing to see it's an entirely new section break.
Thank you for the question. No, fair point. It's frustrating for the city as well when that happens. I'm not sure exactly what took place on your particular location, Councillor Burton. But I guess to speak to some of the methods, yes, one of the methods that we do utilize in our repairs is grinding. And essentially what that is a very, very cost-effective method to eliminate trip hazards, essentially. And that is one of the more significant barriers and risks that we have on some of our sidewalks. So we do try our best to remove as many of those trip hazards as we can. And grinding is a very cost-effective method when compared to full replacement. So we can do many more of those locations with the grinding method than we can, using full replacement with our available budgets.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Fro, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Just wondering a little bit about how we determine sort of service standards and how roads are slated for repair. I see that Ward 3 has roughly 14% of the major roads are considered in poor condition. That's the highest of all roads. But last year only had, I believe, approximately half a kilometer repaired, and this year I believe only College, again roughly half a kilometer. By this report are sort of slated. I'm not looking to compare if there's other roads and other communities in Regina that need fixing. That's fine with me. It's just more an information question for me so that I can discuss it with residents who if they're inclined and look, may be interested to know that back-to-back years, roughly 2 roads and half a kilometers in the entirety of Ward 3 were addressed given the stated conditions. So not looking to be prioritized, just looking to know how you determine service standards, and given the high percentage of poor major roads, just curious as to the rationale for the planning this year. Thank you.
Who would like to take that? Sorry. Okay, wait. I think I'm going to say your name correctly. Say Gwen.
Close enough. Through the chair, thank you for the question. There are a number of things that we take into consideration when we select where we go and what treatments we do. For a number of years, and since the residential road program was created, we've taken a very much a preventative maintenance type approach where we work hard at keeping good and fair road or good and fair condition roads in that good and fair condition to keep them from falling into poor. As you will see in the report, roads that are in poor condition cost us a significant amount more money to repair them, so it is better from a long-term financial perspective to try and minimize how many roads fall into poor. We also, in the report, you'll see there are two programs that we focus on. One is the residential roads and one is the major roadways, and both have different funding considerations with them. The residential road program has a dedicated funding source that was established through a dedicated mill rate a few years ago, and so it has a very stable level of funding, where the street infrastructure funding is a little bit more volatile and can fluctuate from one year to the other. The last thing I'll add is that we have in the past tried to distribute the road projects by ward as much as possible so that we are visiting all areas of the city. However, financially, that's not always possible to get to every ward every year, or it might not make sense financially to, like, there may be more needs in one area than the other. So it's a bit of a balancing act.
So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Is it in practice, do you have staff that are responsible for certain areas of the city and ascertain sort of the state of those roads, and then judge, based upon conversations with their colleagues, how with scarce resources roads are prioritized? Again, not looking for preferential treatment, but like all my colleagues, I know I'll be asked this when I door knock this summer, and that's my last question. Thank you for your work.
Through the chair, we do have staff that, or we do hire on staff in the summer to do collection on the condition of the roadways. We do the residential roadways every year, and for the major road network, we do that once every 3 years, or on a 3-year cycle. Sorry, I forgot the last part of the question. If you could repeat that.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I guess the question was, because we're asked this a lot, and I wouldn't deem myself capable or with the requisite knowledge to determine which roads need to be paved or fixed or not, but we're asked it consistently, right? And so when I look at the graphs presented, what is fair, what is poor, what was done last year, what was done this year, I think it's a fair question as to, which roads and why, which wards and why, and sort of what is our internal process, just given our very scarce dollars, to determine. And I think your answer was fair. I think there's some ambiguity in fairness. I'm not sure I can accurately sort of pass it on, but I hear you say you have a team that go out and you assess it and you try to keep the roads in fair or better condition. I guess my question was, given the high percentage of roads in poor condition in some of the wards, not just mine, how do we ascertain, which roads versus others? But that's a conversation we can have offline. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, and I'll just add, thank you for clarifying the question. We do have a team that does take the data that's collected from the field, and they do some modeling and analysis of what is the preferred treatment. But that's just the starting point of our decision making, because then we also look at where do we also need to do underground works, where do we need to do traffic work, where do we need to do other types of things, and we work very hard to integrate between all of those projects so that we are utilizing the city's resources in the best way possible, and we're not going into one location only to dig it up later. So that helps. That also can impact where we go, when, and why. So One example I can use is the lead replacement program. That's something that we align both the residential road program and the street infrastructure road, renewal program with. So where we know we have lots of lead replacement planned in one particular year, we will allocate our roadway budget there as well, so that we're doing that at the same time and optimizing resources.
All right, so that's all, Councillor Fro, I'm assuming? Okay.
That's all, thank you.
Okay. Next, I have Councillor Bizo. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much through the chair. The question really comes down to the roads and the infrastructure, I'm going to say, are at the cusp of being severely underfunded. What is the risk, being that 50% of the roadways in Regina are kind of in the poor, if not needing some work area? What is the risk to being forced to put extreme substantial dollars into this project if we don't fund things now?
Sorry, who should I pass that to? Okay.
And the follow-up question is, how much do you need to get out of the red versus putting in the green?
Yeah. Through the chair, I'll start and then I may need some assistance. The report talks again about the two different programs. With the residential road renewal program, when that was introduced, we set a target of 85% fair or better condition. And with the dedicated funding, we laid out a program to get us there. And I would say that we're on track to meet that. And we wouldn't suggest any change to that other than to account for inflationary increases or things like that that occur. The major road network, however, is on a different track, where I would say we're not funding it at the level that is sustainable, and we're, in our modeling in the report is showing it is dropping down in condition. And I think we need to be looking at additional funding for that network, or we will be in a state where there are serious consequences or urgent consequences that are unplanned.
10 million.
Through the chair, I'll have Mr. Brown help with what the financial needs are.
Sure. So thank you for the question, Councillor. So, yeah, I mean, I think in the kind of the options that we also identified, I mean, our main option, of course, for this report was just kind of sharing current state, essentially, which is in the receive and file, but we did talk about options and what those implications are. In terms of, for the major road network, we talked about, you know, essentially our current program probably needing to, you know, 3 or 4 times our current level of funding to kind of hit that 100% fair or better of our major roads condition. We could take a similar approach with our residential program. So, you know, that might be, you know, obviously a lower level of funding than 3 or 4 times what it currently is, but it, you know, might be still double or triple or something like that what we're currently investing. So
Underfunded.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bizo. Next, I see Councillor Seekles. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I may have missed this in the report, but the point I wanted to talk about is level. So, and with respect to the kind of treatments we give to a road, whether it's surface, rehab, or a full rebuild, I've found that there's a number of places in my ward where just a light rainfall causes quite a bit of ponding, pooling. And it's in other places in the city too, because I've had calls from friends in other parts of the city asking me to do something about it. If you're 10 years old, I mean, it's lots of fun. You splash through that. But if you're a little older and it's in the shoulder seasons, it can be dangerous. It can ice up, it can slide, and it can be pretty thick in places, very hard to chip away. I've found that in a number of places it looks like we've at least repaved, and the level wasn't kept to where it was before, so the level changed. And the water isn't going to a drain. Could we add that as one of our measurements here?
Okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I can say that ponding or change in the shape of the road is something that we look at when we look at the condition of the roadway. And we understand what you're talking about. When we encounter those situations, we do look at maintenance as one option to try and remedy it. Doesn't make it perfect, but it might disperse the water so it's not sitting as deep as it would be without that. But when we do come in and do, whether it be a surface treatment or a rebuild, to the best of our ability, depending on the treatment type, we try to move the water so that it is getting to the catch basins and moving off of the road and removing some of those ponding situations.
Yeah, I know of one where we did a repair on one side, some sort of work, and it changed the level farther down. And I mean, I can help you identify those. I know where they all are. Can we do something about that? How do we fit them into our repair plan?
Through the chair, I mean, certainly on a situation-by-situation basis, they can be submitted through SRs and we can take a look at it. But I would say our challenges and the things that we need to address or probably exceed the budget that we have available. So it is a matter of prioritizing where we can get to and how we can optimize the funding the best.
Thank you. Mr. Warren, you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. So a couple things on that one. I mean, we do recognize that there are, you know, a lot of areas in the city and locations in the city that do have that ponding. Back in 2019, so about 4 or 5 years into the residential road renewal program, we recognized that the rehabilitation and the rebuilding options that we had in that program were obviously extremely expensive, and that, you know, short of getting a huge injection in the funding source, that we're likely not going to meet our targets. So we brought forward a plan, I guess an option to council in 2019, asking for the option of a surface treatment to be included in the residential road renewal program, essentially paving a street without doing any major reconstruction or not fully addressing any drainage concerns that may have been present, or any major sidewalk issues that were there, but literally just to improve the road condition and the drivability of a road for 1/10 of the cost. So that was approved by council in 2019. So we have started to use, you'll see in the options here, as one of our options. So we do recognize that although our teams are in the field are doing their best to improve drainage with the equipment and the pavers that they're doing that work, that there sometimes may still be some drainage issues, but the goal originally and initially was always to just improve the road condition to help meet our targets. The second part is, so again, we do have a maintenance program where we have crews going out, both filling potholes, but also trying to address those larger issues on some of the older roads, not necessarily the ones that have just been paved, but, you know, obviously the legacy issues. Yeah. And it's a similar sort of program where we have field staff going out and inspecting our local road network and rating the distresses and the deficiencies on those roads, and then again it goes into a worst first scenario. So then that goes to our crews, and then we're systematically repairing the worst depressions, the worst failures, the worst issues that we're finding out there based on those ratings. So we do that in a systematic fashion, but we can appreciate that we're not, when we go to a street, we're not fixing every distress, just the worst and the ones that have been rated as, above that, at that threshold that we're resourced for currently.
Yeah. So Chris, when you're just resurfacing, are you grinding down any of the road first or just adding to it?
Through the chair, so on some of those surface treatment locations, if there is still some curb showing and some curb face there, because often the sidewalks have sunk and depressed as well. Yeah. If there's still some curb there, we will typically not do any milling or grinding. We'll just do our best to create some crown the middle of the road to allow for some drainage, and then we'll try to, you know, again, wherever those catch basins are, the crews will do their best to get that drainage in the field. If there is a road that on the surface treatment option that does have little curb face, our crews will attempt to go in there and do some milling or grinding with one of our smaller units.
Yeah.
However, you know, so that we can have a little bit of, I guess, continue that to allow for some of that drainage at the curb. But we also recognize that some of those residential roads, you know, the structure is in need of some attention as well. So, you know, that may not always be the option. So we typically try to stay, you know, leave those locations for the rebuild and the rehab, but sometimes we do encounter those through this process.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor C. Please, Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Okay, hi. I just wanted to ask the road prioritization criteria. We talked about it a little bit in Appendix D. Where do service requests fit into it? Is there a calculation or any response to service requests which puts different roads in front of other roads, or council requests, or I guess the preferential question, like how is that part of this road prioritization criteria with the service requests?
Okay, I think I have it now. Say again. Okay, so please go ahead.
Through the chair, I would say service requests help provide us additional information. A lot of which we already know, but just kind of reinforce some of what's happening out in the field. It doesn't necessarily prioritize something sooner than others, because as you can imagine, we get quite a number of service requests, and it would be impossible to meet all of the needs. But I would say it helps provide additional information to support the collection of data that we have and the analysis that we've done.
Okay, secondly, so when I'm looking at these charts with the conditions of wards and what's possibly coming up, and you can kind of see it's not quite equitable, but I was wondering if that has to do with the citizens' expectations in certain wards or tolerances, or how that works. Is there a reason why some wards seem to just have it better than other wards?
Through the chair, we base our decisions in a lot of our analysis based off the data that we collect. So there's obviously some areas that have roads in worse condition, and when we're focused on more preserving than doing the worst roads first, it sometimes will appear we're not going to the areas that look the worst. But over time, this will be the better long-term strategy, and we will get to those locations, and we will start to see improvements over time. But as far as picking one ward over another, it doesn't really factor into our decision, other than to follow the data and use the information to make the best decisions for the network.
Okay, just going to switch topics a little bit. Sidewalks. So the sidewalks are visited when you do the roads. Is there a separate sidewalk program, or is it always connected to the road?
Through the chair, thanks for that question. We do not have a separate budget, so when we do locations and we do undertake sidewalk work, it comes from the same budgets. Doing concrete work is a lot more expensive than doing paving work or the road work, so it can be a significant choice or a significant impact to the budget when there are a lot of sidewalk replacement to do.
To the chair, would you ever prioritize an area based on the sidewalk versus the road due to some of those accessibility concerns or really poor sidewalk? Would that ever enter into the matrix of decision making?
Yeah. Through the chair, because we are looking both at the road and the sidewalk condition, it can influence a location. It can influence the condition rating that does come up. It does also affect the type of treatment we select. So if it's got poor sidewalks, we're likely not to just take a surface treatment. We're likely to do something a little bit more. But there are other programs like the PED connectivity that can be accessed. There isn't a large budget there, but can be accessed to address some of those concerns. And then we've talked about the operating budgets that we can access for maintenance when it's available.
And when you are ranking the sidewalks, are you looking at the slope of the sidewalks as well, or just the cracks? Because when it's past the accessibility slopes, it can also be very difficult.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm going to have Mr. Hagan help define some of our inspection criteria.
Yeah, through the chair. So when we are looking at sidewalks, there's 4 criteria that are rated. The first would be once the water, gets to the gutter, how does it flow to the catch basin? We're also looking at the curb height, recognizing that there's some, pedestrian safety impacts if you start losing that curb height, cracking on the sidewalk, and then just overall, just general condition. So that would be where, if there's a significant area settlement or, a high cross slope, those would get flagged in that overall rating, as well as, if there are specific issues where, one localized area is, really, that cross slope is very high, that does get added to our, as a point on our concrete distress program.
So to the chair, would that, the pathway, the usability of the sidewalk versus just how it is, like for accessibility, do you review the sidewalk for the accessibility purposes when you're doing this as well? For wheelchairs or strollers or people?
Apologies. Okay. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, I wouldn't say we have something specific that is looking at it that way, but I think there are a number of things that we do. We've talked a lot about our concrete distress program and looking at cracks and trip hazards and stuff and making sure, we know that that's an impediment to the usability of the sidewalks. We have also, in the last number of years, made sure that our standards included treatments at the corners, making sure that there are ped ramps and that make it easier to get on and off of the sidewalks. We have worked with the Accessibility Committee on what the designs of those look like and have made sure to incorporate those into our standard specifications. I'm going to see if Mr. Warren has anything else that he can think of to add.
Thank you for the question. I think Ms. Seguin covered that.
Okay. Oh, sorry, you're confusing me. She's having a party over there. So, I guess my last question would be to you or the administration. If we did want to prioritize accessibility or pathways of the sidewalks separate than the roads, what would be the best route to examine that in the future?
Who would like to take that? Okay, Ms. Seguin. All right, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I think we would have to take that off and bring something back to council. I don't know if I have an immediate answer that could adequately answer that.
Okay, thank you for your thoughtful response.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Flores, I see you want to speak again, but I have not spoken yet, and so I'm going to ask my questions. Who moved this report? Does anyone remember? Councillor Bezo, okay. So I have some questions myself, and then we'll go to Councillor Flores and Councillor Bezo unless others also wish to speak. Okay, so I don't think I want to ask that one. Okay. For the 2025 street infrastructure renewal program, I think we've planned
4 kilometers and the 10-year average is 11 kilometers. And so just looking for some clarification of why we're, if that's correct, and why we're planning such a, like, oh my goodness, for only 4 kilometers this year. So who would like to take that question? Okay. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, there's a couple different factors. One is the budget is significantly lower in 2025, with it being only $7.2 million planned for 2025. Additionally, the amount of kilometers can vary from year to year depending on the type of road we do. Something that has obviously a more major treatment would require or use up more of the budget available and result in fewer kilometers being done each year. In 2025, I believe there is at least one larger project that's being undertaken that would consume a fair bit of the budget.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and so, you know, there are multiple options contemplated in this report, and I think one is like, this is what you're able to do with the funding that you currently have. We could ask you to explore and identify additional investment needs or service changes in the level of service targets. So one of my questions is, so there's a chart of the, like, talking about the major road network, a model on page 9, which what I read in the report is this target of 100% of the roads to be in fair, what is it, good or okay, let's try this. Remind me, please, of what the current target is for the major road network. And I also understand that's not a council endorsed target, that's an administration target.
Yes, through the chair, you've answered part of what I was going to respond with. Administratively, we've set a target of 100% fair or better. Again, that isn't approved by council. I'd like to add just to my previous response to, while we have a reduced budget in street infrastructure renewal for 2025, it is also important that we actually have a major project that's being undertaken in 11th Avenue. And so that's not captured or represented necessarily in this report, but that would be where a good and large investment in our street network is going this year.
Okay, and so with that target of 100% that we're not meeting, right, not in, haven't met from 2011, from now, you know, or in the past, why isn't administration recommending to change that level of service or additional investments if we can't meet the 100% target for the major road network? Is there, what is administration considering what to do about that?
Through the chair, so in the options presented in the report, we actually provided 2 different options to how to approach that. Option 2 is about bringing back information on what the funding levels would need to be to get to that target in a reasonable amount of time. The second option is to look at a target that maybe is more in line with the street or the residential road renewal program, and also bring information on what funding levels would be needed to achieve a different level of service.
And so can you help clarify, so knowing that we're not investing enough and we're not meeting that level of service, not specifically for the major road network, why isn't it the case that administration, like why isn't administration recommending additional work to address that gap?
Through the chair, I'll have Mr. Doney help with some of that.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, so we purposely brought this report at this time before budget so that you have a clear picture of the costs that are required for our residential roads and our major roads. Council's getting a whole bunch of information and a whole bunch of numbers now and through budget process, and so if council feels like this is the time that you're willing to further analyze investing in the roads, then we'd recommend, one of those options to come forward. But right now, it's just receive and file because we want you to have this information in the back pocket as you start to look at the entire city budget in March.
Okay. In relation to that component, I'll be giving that some further thought before, because this, just to clarify, this is coming to, no, oh yeah, City Council is receiving and file. So this report will be coming to Council next week, should we wish to make an amendment or move a different option.
Through the chair, that's correct. I just want to clarify that if exec committee wanted us to do option 2 or 3, that wouldn't be done in time for 2025 budget, of course. We could look at 26, 27 budget, but we just like to put as much information in your hands so you can make the best decisions.
Okay, thank you. Now, okay, so now I'm looking at the chart about the local road network, which is on page 7. And so what I'm seeing is, there's a picture from 2024 and 2014 in 10 years. So in 10 years, there's been 8% improvement in excellent roads, 2% in good. Poor roads have only been, we only have 3% fewer poor roads in 2024 than 2014. I understand it costs more money to address these poor roads, and it's in our best interest to keep roads in excellent or good condition. But I wonder if, because our target is simply in relation to maintaining things in good or better condition, if it's potentially missing us focusing adequately on these poor roads. Like, these poor roads are just continuing to get left unaddressed because we're just focused on having 85% of the roads in good or better condition. Do you have a response to that? Go ahead.
Through the chair, what these tables don't show you is if we hadn't been investing in this way, we actually at this time would see an increase in the amount of poor roads that we have. There's been a lot of research done on a preventative maintenance type approach to maintaining roads. And while it does look like there's only been small progress in the amount of poor, we would have been in a much different situation if we had focused only on poor roads and we'd actually had seen the network grow, because while we were focusing on the roads or poor roads and putting all our money there, things that were in fair condition or even in good condition would have already fallen into poor condition. So it is a long-term strategy, and we will continue to see improvement over time, but it does take a very long time and does stop the deterioration or more roads going into that poor condition.
Okay. And also, the current targets speak to the city overall and don't contemplate an even distribution of road conditions throughout the city. Is that accurate? Not saying it doesn't weigh in, but that's not part of the official target.
Through the chair, that's correct. Again, in 2014, when we initiated and started this approach, obviously the conditions and the ages of roads in each area of the city were obviously at different states. And so it's going to take longer for areas with poor roads to get back into the condition that we want. That's why Mr. Warren talked about that treatment we introduced in 2019, where it's taking a road that's in a poor condition, and while it's not taking it all the way to good, it is taking it to a fair condition, and that's helping us achieve that target and helping those neighborhoods with a lot of poor roads have a better level of service than they had previously.
Okay. Also, so there's a new kind of water pipe what's the newest kind of water pipe that we now utilize? Can someone, like PVC perhaps, or something similar?
Through Chair, that's correct, PVC.
Okay. And so what I've learned is, so we're in the process of, we're in a 50-year timeline for replacing, I believe, at least in relation to the previous pipes were asbestos cement pipes. We're replacing them on a 50-year timeline. One of the concerns with them is that they break more than the like the PVC because they're more inflexible.
Like I've seen this in the response from city administration. So what I'm wondering is, these breakages cause unplanned work. And so if we were to expedite that 50-year timeline, would that have a beneficial results on not having so many unplanned work that we need to do on the roads if we were to expedite that timeline?
Through the chair, I'll have Mr. Doney chime in first.
Through the chair. So yes, when underground pipes break, particularly the AC pipes, it has a negative impact on roads. And so it's really important to invest in those underground pipes so we can reduce that break history or the amount of breaks. And so if we were to invest more in our high break locations, then it would have a positive impact on roads. So that's the short answer is yes, if we invested more in undergrounds, it would have a positive impact on roads.
Okay, thank you. So if I remember correctly, administration doesn't currently regularly share the planned road treatments with ward councilors prior to this report. And so, first of all, is that accurate? And who would like that one? Okay. Go ahead.
Through the chair, that has been correct. We're actually pleased to say that the condition map that you have in the report here today will be published on the open data site and will be made publicly available to anyone who wishes to take a look at it.
Okay. Because what I would suggest is when administration has a plan for which roads that they plan to focus on in the wards each year, I think it would be useful for counselors to be able to see those roads prior to them being finalized. So so that we can not advocate for additional resources, but say, actually, like as someone who lives in the neighborhood or has heard extensive feedback from residents, I would like to propose that you, and it may not be possible, but can you consider this road in lieu of that road? And so this is something that I've actually experienced multiple times from residents. And one of the roads that I was advocating for last year is on the list for this year, but arguably was a higher need than one of the roads that we did last year, just as an example. So would that be possible for administration to do, not to necessarily, to at least consider that feedback from someone who hears from the area residents? And who would like that question?
I'll start, and Mr. Doney may want to add at the end. There's a couple elements to that question. One is the conversations would have to happen way sooner than the year that the construction's happening. A lot of these locations, the planning is 1 or 2 years in advance of actually the construction happening. So locations for 26, 27 are already in process of being designed. And we have those programs, I would say 80% selected already, and we have to do that to be able to keep up with and be ready for construction when it comes. The other thing I would add is that there's a lot of other factors than just the road condition that goes into selecting where we go and why we go. As I said earlier, we tried to coordinate with underground programs or signal programs, or if there's something else going on in the area. So it's a really multi-dimensional process to figure out where we're going, and we put a lot of effort into that integration. We can certainly do a better job explaining that and sharing some of that information with council on how that's done, but I would say it's not just based on condition, which makes it somewhat challenging for that conversation, I guess. I don't know if Mr. Doney has anything to add.
Well, I've been advised that my time is up, so I'm probably going to try to connect with someone prior to council and maybe continue this conversation. Okay. Councillor Sickleys, you spoke once already? Okay, so Councillor Flores, you're next.
Thank you. Through the chair, just thinking about kind of future planning and the future of our communities, If we were to build more neighborhoods where people will live closer together with shops and services nearby, how much money could the city save on road building and repairs in the long run? This is because people might drive less, things like that. And can administration show us some estimates or a kind of big picture of how much less we might need to spend on roads if we build more of these compact walkable neighborhoods compared to continuing to build mostly spread out single-family housing?
Okay, well, we'll let this one be answered, but one could argue it's not really relevant to
Sure.
the report. So we can let administration do a answer to.
I can take it offline as well if just thinking about time.
Okay, the clerk notes that you could also ask it during the budget.
Sure.
Okay, sure. We'll just leave it at that. Okay, okay, who's next? Councillor Turnbull, you've spoken on this, yes. So Councillor Sickleys, please go ahead. Or wait, one sec. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. You actually asked the question about AC pipe, and there's just one little extra piece. Are we still on target to do 10K a year of replacement?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, that is completely in the hands of council at budget time, but yes, that is the target right now, is to replace approximately 10 kilometers of AC pipe each year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Turnbull.
Hi, so just to the suggestion where the roads come to the councillors first, and maybe the councillors could adjust, I just would like to say that I think I would be pretty opposed to service requests or councillors being able to choose the roads. I do think it has to come from the analytical data for the choice of the roads and not necessarily just the person who calls in the most. And I really respect the process that you're using, and that should be considered. I think it would be very dangerous if we let phone calls or people walk into offices and make those choices. So I very much approve of your data-based approach.
Okay, so okay, so Councillor Bizo, you moved this?
Yeah, I'll move to close
Okay,
Discussion?
and you have nothing further?
No.
Okay, thank you. We can call the vote. Councillor Rasevich, I think we're waiting for your, you did vote? Okay.
Yeah, yes, very short. Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 11-0.
Okay, I lost my page. Okay, I just now need a motion for private session. Councillor Sickleys, and so we are only recessing for 5 minutes to give folks a chance to clear the gallery, and then we will commence our very short private session.